Tonight, my tired friends, we begin with one of history's quieter essentials, something small, familiar and easily overlooked. For thousands of years, olive oil touched daily life in simple ways, passed from hand to hand in kitchens, workshops and lamplit rooms, shaping routines that held entire civilizations together. If you enjoy these slow, comforting journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for some white noise as usual, and let the night take over peacefully. Welcome to tonight's journey through one of history's most understated treasures. For the next hour, you'll discover how a single golden liquid transformed kitchens, illuminated cities, healed bodies, and connected distant shores across thousands of years. Now please imagine, if you will, in that comfy purple mattress that's so snuggly and cosy, that you're standing in a grove that predates written language. The trees around you twist skyward with bark as gnarled as braided rope. Their trunks wide enough that you'd need 3 people linking hands to encircle the oldest ones. These olive trees have witnessed empires rise and crumble, their roots drinking from the same limestone soil for 1,000 years or more. The leaves catch afternoon light with a peculiar shimmer, silver underneath, grey-green on top, creating a rustling canopy that sounds like distant rainfall even on windless days. Your fingers brush against bark that feels like cooled lava, all ridges and valleys frozen mid-flow. The tree doesn't grow straight. It spirals, corkscrews and splits into multiple trunks that rejoin higher up, as if the wood itself can't decide which direction leads to sunlight. Some branches look dead until you notice the small green shoots emerging from what appeared to be driftwood. Olive trees, you've learned, refuse to die easily. Cut one down to a stump and it sends up new growth within seasons. Set fire to an entire grove and the roots wait patiently underground, ready to sprout again when conditions improve. The fruit hanging before you looks nothing like the glossy black olives in jars. These are small, hard, green things about the size of a large marble, with a waxy coating that repels morning dew. You pick one and bite down without thinking, then immediately regret it. The bitterness floods your mouth like you've licked a battery, a chemical tang so intense it makes your jaw ache. You spit it out quickly, understanding now why these olives need processing, need time, and need human intervention to become edible. Raw olives contain oleuropein, a compound so bitter it serves as the tree's defense mechanism against animals who might otherwise devour the fruit before seeds can spread. Around you, other harvesters work with the patience of people who've performed this task since childhood. An older woman spreads wide nets beneath a particularly heavy-laden tree, securing the corners with stones so wind won't disturb them. 2 younger people carry wooden ladders worn smooth by decades of hands, positioning them carefully against branches as thick as their torsos. There's minimal talking. Everyone knows their role in this harvest that's been repeated the same way for generations, stretching back before anyone bothered recording such things. The traditional harvest happens in late autumn when the olives transition from green to purple to black, though your village prefers picking them young and green. This timing affects the oil's flavour. Earlier harvests produce oil with more bitterness and pepper, and later harvests bring sweetness and buttery notes. You watch as someone uses a hand rake to comb through branches, encouraging olives to drop into nets below without damaging the wood. The sound of fruit hitting fabric creates a gentle percussion, hundreds of small impacts that blend into white noise after a while. A few trees over, someone has climbed high into the canopy, visible only as shifting branches and the occasional glimpse of a tunic. Olives rain down in small clusters, bouncing off nets and rolling toward the edges where children wait to gather escapees. The kids compete to see who can collect the most strays, turning tedious labour into a game the way children always manage. Their laughter carries across the grove, breaking the meditative silence for a moment before being absorbed back into the rustle of silver leaves. You bend to help gather olives from a full net, scooping handfuls into a woven basket that smells of earth and previous harvests. Each olive feels cool and firm, with a weight that belies its size. The basket grows heavy quickly. Olive wood is dense, and even the fruit carries substantial mass. Your back reminds you of its presence as you hoist the full basket and carry it toward collection carts, waiting at the grove's edge. The path between trees is worn smooth by countless feet walking this exact route, autumn after autumn, carrying baskets just like yours. At the collection point, baskets get emptied into larger containers, creating small avalanches of green-purple fruit that click against wood like hail on a roof. Someone tallies the harvest in marks on a clay tablet, tracking which families contributed which amounts. The accounting matters less than you'd expect. Most of the oil will be pressed and shared communally anyway, with extra jars going to families who contributed the most labour. It's an economy based on effort rather than ownership, on collective understanding rather than written contracts. The grove extends farther than you can see from ground level, hundreds of trees marching up hillsides too rocky and steep for grain crops. This is the olive's gift to Mediterranean peoples. It thrives where wheat and barley fail, asking only for limestone soil, hot dry summers, and mild wet winters. The trees need almost no care once established. No irrigation, no fertilizer, minimal pruning. They simply exist, producing fruit year after year with a reliability that sustains civilizations through droughts that would have killed any other crop. The sunset approaches, the harvesting slows. People roll up nets, secure ladders, and cover collection baskets with fabric to protect them from dew and opportunistic birds. Tomorrow you'll begin the pressing, but tonight the olives will rest, and so will you. Walking home through dimming light, you notice how the silver undersides of olive leaves seem to glow faintly, catching the last rays of sun and holding them a moment longer than other trees. It's a small magic, this luminescence, but appropriate for a tree whose fruit will eventually become light itself. The pressing room smells of crushed vegetation and stone dust, with undertones of fermentation that aren't unpleasant once you adjust. You're standing before a millstone larger than a wagon wheel, watching it rotate slowly around a vertical axis, while a donkey plods in circles, connected to the stone by a worn wooden beam. The donkey knows this work intimately, requiring no guidance, placing each hoof with the careful precision of someone who's traced this exact circle thousands of times. Its eyes hold that distant look animals develop when performing tasks that require presence but not attention. Beneath the rolling stone, olives gradually transform from individual fruits into a purple-brown paste. The millstone doesn't crush so much as grind. Its weight sufficient to break down flesh and pit together into a thick mixture that releases the first hints of oil. You can see it glistening on the stone surface, catching light from oil lamps hung around the room. The paste collects in a stone basin carved smooth over centuries of use, its surface stained dark from countless pressings. Someone adds a new basket of olives to the mill's edge, where the stone will eventually reach them and pull them into its grinding path. The addition barely interrupts the rhythm. The donkey continues its circuit, the stone continues its rotation, and the paste grows deeper in the collection basin. Watching the process induces a kind of trance. The circular motion, the steady progress, and the gradual transformation happening at a pace that defeats impatience. This isn't work you can rush. Oil extraction requires time to do its work properly. When the paste reaches sufficient consistency, something judged by eye and texture rather than measurement, workers scoop it into woven bags made from esparto grass or hemp. These bags get stacked carefully on a pressing platform, alternating with round wooden discs that distribute pressure evenly. You help position the bags, feeling the paste's cool moisture seep through the weaving, leaving your hands slick. The paste smells vegetal and alive, nothing like the refined oil you'll eventually pour into storage jars. The press itself dominates the room, a massive wooden screw carved from a single beam, operated by a long lever that extends out like a ship's boom. The screw's threads are hand-cut, showing the irregular marks of the adze that shaped them. 4 people take positions along the lever, preparing to walk the circle that will drive the screw downward into the stacked bags. Someone gives a signal and everyone pushes, leaning their weight into wood smoothed by countless palms. The screw descends slowly, grudgingly, protesting with creaks that echo off stone walls. As pressure builds, the first oil emerges. It seeps through the bag, weaving, runs down the sides of the discs, and collects in a shallow trough carved into the pressing platform. The liquid catches lamplight and throws it back transformed, no longer white light but something golden, viscous, and alive. This first pressing produces the finest oil, cold extracted without heat, carrying the full complexity of the fruit. You watch it accumulate with the satisfaction of witnessing creation, raw material becoming treasure through nothing but pressure and patience. The workers continue pushing, walking their circle around the press, adding their strength to the screw's mechanical advantage. The more oil flows, the more the bags flatten, and the paste inside compresses into denser layers. Eventually the flow slows to occasional drops, each one forming at the bag's lowest point, swelling, then falling to join its predecessors in the collection trough. When drops become rare enough to count individually, the pressing stops. The bags get removed, and the compressed paste inside is now formed into hard cakes. These pressed cakes still contain oil, but extracting it requires different methods. Some producers add hot water and press again, creating a lower grade oil suitable for lamps rather than tables. Others save the cakes as fuel. They burn slowly and steadily, perfect for heating bath water or firing pottery kilns. Nothing goes to waste in this economy where olives represent months of labour transformed into liquid value. You help transfer the freshly pressed oil from the collection trough into settling vessels, wide clay containers where the oil will separate from residual water and plant particles. The settling takes days, gravity doing slow work that can't be hurried. Oil floats naturally above water, creating a distinct boundary you can see even in lamplight. The finest oil rises to the top, clear and golden. Below it, a layer of cloudy oil mixed with plant particles. Below that, the vegetable water, called amurca, is still useful for various purposes, but is no longer food. The pressing room maintains a temperature cooler than outside, taking advantage of thick stone walls and minimal windows. Heat damages oil, encouraging rancidity and destroying the delicate compounds that give good oil its character. The workers here understand chemistry without knowing its name, using observation and tradition to guide processes that modern science has only recently explained. They know that green olives pressed early yield spicy oil. They know that damaged fruit creates off flavours. They know that metal containers corrupt the taste while clay preserves it. A large jar in the corner holds oil from earlier pressings, its surface covered with a layer of natural sediment that protects the liquid beneath from oxidation. Someone dips a small clay cup into the clear oil below the sediment layer, then offers it to you. You taste it carefully. First the fruit, then the pepper at the back of your throat, then a bitterness that's somehow pleasant, all of it balanced in a way that makes you understand why people have valued this substance for thousands of years. It tastes like the grove, like sunlight on silver leaves, like patient labour rewarded. As the day's pressing concludes, workers clean tools with hot water and coarse cloths, scrubbing away paste residue before it can harden. The millstone gets a final rotation with nothing beneath it, clearing away remaining debris. The donkey is unhitched, led to water and feed. Its work done until tomorrow brings another rotation of the same wheel, the same circle, the same transformation of fruit into gold. You leave the pressing room with hands that smell of olives, a scent that will linger for days no matter how many times you wash. Your kitchen measures perhaps 12 feet square, with a floor of packed earth worn smooth as river stones. Sunlight enters through a single window covered with an oiled cloth that glows amber when backlit. The room's heart is a raised hearth built from stacked stone, its surface blackened by decades of cooking fires. Next to the hearth sits a row of storage vessels, each taller than a child, their clay surfaces cool despite the warm afternoon. One of these jars holds olive oil, perhaps 40 litres pressed last autumn, sealed with a clay stopper and wax to keep air from spoiling its contents. You tip the large jar carefully, letting oil flow into a smaller vessel that's easier to handle. The oil moves more slowly than water, with a thickness that makes it want to cling to surfaces. It catches light as it pours, transforming from golden to amber to almost green depending on the angle. This oil will flavour tonight's meal and tomorrow's and the day after that. A constant presence in cooking as fundamental as fire itself. Without it, your cuisine would lose half its identity. becoming something unrecognisable to anyone raised on the Mediterranean shores. On a wooden cutting board you arrange vegetables for tonight's meal: leeks, onions, some early greens, and lentils that have been soaking since morning. The knife in your hand is bronze, its edge requiring regular sharpening but holding a keenness that iron tools will later struggle to match. You chop the leeks into rounds and the onions into rough chunks, working with the casual efficiency of someone who's prepared thousands of meals. Each piece falls into a clay bowl already slicked with olive oil, the vegetables beginning their transformation even before heat arrives. The cooking pot is ceramic, its inside surface darkened by use but still sound, free of cracks that would let liquid seep through. You pour olive oil into the pot first, enough to coat the bottom generously, perhaps a quarter cup by modern measurements, though you judge by eye and habit rather than precise amounts. The oil spreads across the pot's interior, finding every curve and depression, creating a golden pool that will prevent food from sticking and contribute its own flavour to whatever cooks within. Coals from the morning's fire still glow red beneath white ash. You brush away the ash with a bundle of straw, exposing the heat beneath, then position the pot carefully over the hottest section. The oil begins warming immediately, its surface developing the faintest shimmer as convection currents move through it. You test the temperature by dropping a small piece of onion into the oil. It should sizzle gently without immediately browning, creating a sustained hiss that tells you the heat is right. The vegetables go in next, tumbling from bowl to pot with sounds that satisfy on some primal level. The hiss of moisture meeting hot oil, the crackle as sugars begin to caramelize, and the aromatic steam that rises to fill the kitchen with promise. You stir with a wooden spoon worn smooth by years of use, its handle permanently stained with oil that seeped into the wood grain. The vegetables soften gradually, their colours intensifying rather than fading, olive oil preserving the bright greens and deep purples in ways that water-based cooking never could. A small jug on the shelf holds oil reserved for finishing dishes, the finest pressing, kept separate for drizzling over food just before serving. This oil never sees heat, preserving all the delicate compounds that make it special. You'll use it tonight to dress lentils after they finish cooking, adding a final layer of flavour that heat-treated oil can't provide. The difference between cooking oil and finishing oil matters enormously, though explaining exactly why requires vocabulary your culture hasn't yet developed. While the vegetables cook, you prepare flatbread dough. Flour, water, a pinch of salt and olive oil work together until the mixture stops sticking to your hands. The oil makes the dough more forgiving, easier to handle and less likely to tear when you stretch it thin. You let it rest while the lentils simmer, the dough developing texture through time rather than effort. Later you'll form it into circles, cooking them directly on a hot stone at the hearth's edge, brushing each finished bread with olive oil to keep it soft. In the corner, a smaller jar holds olive oil infused with herbs. Rosemary, thyme and bay leaves submerged in oil for weeks, until their essences permeate the liquid. You use this for special occasions, but even ordinary days might see it appear if meals feel too plain. The herbs add complexity, yes, but more importantly they preserve the oil's freshness, their natural antibacterial properties extending shelf life in ways that seem almost magical. You understand this works without knowing why, following practices handed down through generations of cooks who discovered through trial and error what science will later explain. The lentils need another addition of oil midway through cooking, not for flavour this time, but to prevent them from foaming over. A thin stream poured across the pot's surface calms the bubbling immediately, the oil spreading to trap and collapse foam before it can escape. This trick works so reliably you barely think about it anymore, just as you barely think about breathing. Olive oil isn't an ingredient you add to cooking, it's the medium within which cooking happens, as essential as the pot itself. As evening deepens, you light lamps throughout the house. These are simple clay vessels with a spout for the wick and a hole for pouring fuel. Olive oil fills each lamp the same oil you cook with, though perhaps an older pressing or a lower grade that's developed a slight bitterness. The wicks are twisted flax, trimmed regularly to prevent smoking. You light them one by one, watching small flames appear and settle into steady burning. The light they cast is warmer than later petroleum products will provide, with a slight golden quality that makes skin look healthier and food more appetizing. The meal finishes cooking as full darkness arrives. You ladle lentils into shallow bowls, vegetables into a communal dish, and bread onto a wooden board. The final touch, that reserved finishing oil gets drizzled over everything with a practiced hand, creating glossy pools that sink slowly into the hot food. The aroma is extraordinary, all the meal's elements unified by this single ingredient that's touched every component from raw to finished. You eat with bread torn by hand, using pieces to scoop up lentils and vegetables, the bread's oil-brushed surface making each bite rich enough to satisfy without overwhelming. After the meal, you save the oil that remains in serving dishes, pouring it back into storage rather than discarding it. This oil has taken on flavours from the food it touched, making it perfect for tomorrow's cooking, where those flavours will contribute to new dishes. Nothing goes to waste in a household where olive oil represents stored labour, stored sunlight, and stored wealth in its most fungible form. The jars in your kitchen hold more than food. They hold security, knowing that even if grain harvests fail, these sealed vessels contain enough calories to see your family through lean months. You're walking through the city after sunset, navigating streets that would be treacherous without illumination. Light spills from every window and doorway, each building contributing its share to the collective effort of holding darkness at bay. The primary source of all this light hangs from brackets, sits in niches, and rests on ledges. Thousands of small clay lamps, each burning olive oil with a steadiness that candles will later struggle to match. The flames are surprisingly bright, numerous enough that you can read inscriptions on public buildings, recognise faces from 20 feet away, and avoid stepping in things better left unmentioned. The city's main street features elaborate lampstands taller than a person, designed to illuminate public spaces where citizens gather after daylight ends. These stands hold multiple lamps arranged in tiers, creating islands of brightness that push back shadows. Someone maintains these lamps, refilling oil, trimming wicks, and ensuring flames don't fail during the night hours when their absence would be most keenly felt. It's a public service as important as maintaining wells or repairing roads, paid for by wealthy citizens who understand that dark streets discourage commerce and encourage crimes. You pass a merchant shop where lamplight streams through an open doorway, revealing customers examining goods despite the late hour. The shop's interior blazes with perhaps 20 lamps positioned throughout the space, on counters, hanging from the ceiling, tucked into corners to eliminate all shadows. This abundance of light represents significant expense, with olive oil consumed by the litre each night, but the merchant considers it essential. Customers won't buy what they can't properly see, and the extended hours more than compensate for the fuel costs. A temple ahead uses light as an element of religious experience, with hundreds of lamps arranged to create specific effects. Flames reflect off polished marble, multiply in bronze mirrors, and cast shadows of columns that seem to dance as air currents make the flames flicker. The priests understand lighting design intuitively, positioning lamps to emphasize divine statues while leaving other areas in mysterious dimness. The interplay of the light and shadow transforms architecture into theatre, making the sacred space feel separate from the mundane world outside. At a corner, you notice someone refilling street lamps from a large jug, moving from bracket to bracket with practiced efficiency. The lamplighter pours oil through a small funnel, careful not to spill or overfill, knowing exactly how much each lamp needs to burn through the night. When one lamp shows a weak flame, the lamplighter adjusts the wick, pulling it slightly higher to draw more oil, increasing brightness. This work continues every evening, a routine as regular as sunrise, ensuring the city never returns to the vulnerability of total darkness. You turn down a residential street where light is more modest but still present. Each household maintains at least one lamp visible from the street, a contribution to collective safety that custom demands even from the poorest families. Some windows show the warm glow of multiple lamps inside, suggesting households wealthy enough for evening activities beyond sleep. Others display single flames, sufficient for basic tasks but leaving much of the interior in darkness. You can map the neighbourhood's economic geography by counting visible flames. A tavern ahead spills light and sound into the street, its doorway bright as midday. Inside, lamps hang from every available beam, clustered so densely their individual flames blend into general brilliance. The tavern keeper understands that darkness encourages sleep, while light encourages spending. So the oil flows freely, the wicks burn tall, and customers linger hours past what they originally intended. This calculated generosity with lighting costs less than the additional wine and food sales it generates. Down a side alley, you glimpse a different kind of flame, the blue-tinged burn of a lamp fueled by something other than pure olive oil. Lower-grade pressings, vegetable water with residual oil content, and even fish oil in coastal cities. All these find their way into lamps when pure olive oil's cost exceeds someone's budget. The resulting flames burn dirtier, producing more smoke and less light, but still push back darkness more effectively than no light at all. You can judge household finances by the quality of flame visible through windows. A bathhouse complex ahead glows like a beacon, light streaming from high windows where steam clouds the glass. Inside, hundreds of lamps maintain illumination even in the bathing rooms, where moisture and heat create challenges for maintaining flames. Special lamps with protective covers keep water from drowning wicks, while ventilation systems draw smoke away before it can accumulate enough to bother bathers. The bathhouse advertises its luxury partly through this profligate use of light. If they can afford to illuminate even the changing rooms brilliantly, clearly they spare no expense elsewhere. You reach your destination, a friend's apartment on the 3rd floor of an insula. The building's stairwell is dark except for a single lamp on each landing, just enough to prevent falls but requiring careful attention to where you place your feet. This minimal lighting represents a calculated economy. The building's landlord provides enough oil for safety but nothing more. Residents who want brighter stairwells bring their own lamps, carrying them up and down like the portable light sources that they are. Inside your friend's apartment, several lamps create a comfortable glow that makes the small space feel welcoming. The lamps sit on a shelf specifically designed for them, positioned to illuminate the room without risk of being knocked over. Wicks are trimmed short to prevent smoking, and flames are adjusted to provide light without wasting oil. Your friend demonstrates a technique for making oil last longer, adding water to the lamp's base, creating a layer beneath the oil that the wick can't reach. As the oil burns down, it eventually sits atop water, and the wick stops drawing fuel precisely when the oil is exhausted, preventing waste. You notice how the lamplight makes everything look slightly golden, skin tones warmer, food more appetizing, and the room's worn furniture more presentable. This is olive oil's gift beyond mere illumination. It transforms vision itself, making the night world gentler than daylight ever appears. Modern electric light will later strip away this warmth, replacing it with harsh neutrality that claims to show things as they really are. But people raised by olive oil flames know the truth. Reality has always been golden at the edges, warm in the shadows, and soft where darkness and light meet. As you eventually leave and walk home, the city's lights create a constellation at ground level, each flame a small star burning olive oil instead of hydrogen. The collective brightness is sufficient that you can see clouds reflecting the glow, the night sky above the city subtly lighter than the rural darkness beyond the walls. This artificial day extends human activity hours past what nature intended, and all of it runs on olives, on groves and presses and jars of golden fuel that makes civilization possible after sunset. You're watching a physician prepare for treatment in a room that smells of herbs and heated olive oil. The physician works at a table covered with small ceramic vessels, each containing different preparations, some pure oil, others infused with plant materials whose properties have been observed and catalogued through generations of practice. The doctor's hands move with the confidence of someone who's performed these preparations thousands of times, measuring by eye, adjusting proportions based on factors that have more to do with intuition than formula. A patient sits nearby, an older man with joint pain that worsens each winter. The physician warms olive oil in a shallow bronze pan held over a small brazier, monitoring temperature by testing drops on the back of one hand. When the oil reaches the right warmth, hot enough to feel therapeutic but not burning, the physician applies it to the patient's knees, working the oil into the skin with firm circular motions. The patient's expression shifts from discomfort to relief, as warmth penetrates into joints, the oil carrying heat deeper than it would penetrate alone. The massage continues for perhaps 20 minutes, the physician's hands never pausing, maintaining constant contact with skin that gradually pinked from increased blood flow. More oil gets added as the first application absorbs into the skin, the physician using far more than you'd expect, believing that generous amounts work better than conservative applications. The excess doesn't bother anyone. What doesn't absorb will be wiped away, and the oil will be transferred to cloths that will later be used for other purposes. Nothing goes to waste. On the table, another preparation waits. Olive oil infused with chamomile, lavender, and something else you don't recognise. The physician explains that this mixture helps with sleep troubles, the herb's properties carried into the body through skin absorption. You're sceptical about herbs affecting sleep through topical application, but the physician insists that patients report better rest after evening massages with this particular blend. Whether it works through absorption or simply because warm oil massage relaxes people, the result seems consistent enough to justify the preparation's existence. A younger woman arrives with a skin condition, patches of dry, flaking skin on her arms that itch constantly. The physician examines the affected areas, then reaches for a jar of olive oil mixed with beeswax and something that smells faintly of pine. This preparation has the consistency of soft butter, spreading easily, but staying where it's applied rather than running off skin. The physician applies it generously to the affected areas, explaining that the oil softens the skin while the wax creates a barrier that prevents moisture loss. The pine component, collected as resin from local trees, helps reduce inflammation through mechanisms the physician doesn't fully understand but has observed countless times. You watch the physician prepare a wound dressing for someone who burned their hand in a cooking fire. A clean cloth gets soaked in olive oil and then wrapped around the injury after cleaning. The oil-soaked bandage keeps air from reaching the burned skin, reducing pain and preventing the wound from drying into hard scabs that might crack and reopen. The physician changes the dressing daily, each time applying fresh oil, maintaining the wound in a moist environment that promotes healing. Modern medicine will eventually prove this treatment effective, though the physician's great-great-grandchildren won't live long enough to see that validation. In the corner, large storage jars hold olive oil reserved specifically for medical use. Not necessarily the finest pressing, but clean oil from healthy fruit, free of the rancidity that develops in poorly stored supplies. The physician checks these stores regularly, ensuring sufficient quantity to handle the regular stream of patients who arrive seeking treatment for ailments ranging from minor skin irritations to serious injuries. During epidemic years, oil consumption increases dramatically as the physician treats more patients than usual, applying oil to fever-hot skin, mixing it with medicines that need a carrier base, and using it to prevent bed sores in patients too weak. To move, a shelf holds specialised tools, bronze instruments for scraping oil from skin after massages, small cups for mixing preparations, mortars for grinding herbs that will be infused into oil, and delicate measuring spoons that allow precise dosing when patients need specific amounts of medicated preparations. Each tool shows the wear of regular use, bronze surfaces polished by countless cleanings, and ceramic mortars stained from hundreds of different herb mixtures. This is a working space, not decorative. Every item is present because it serves a practical purpose. The physician prepares an oil mixture for you to take home, explaining its use for minor cuts and scrapes. The base is pure olive oil, with small amounts of crushed garlic for its antibacterial properties and honey for wound sealing. The mixture smells pungent but not unpleasant, and the physician assures you it prevents the festering that turns minor injuries into serious problems. You'll use it whenever someone in your household suffers a cut, applying it twice daily until healing completes. The preparation will last months if stored properly, the olive oil preventing bacterial growth in the honey-garlic mixture through mechanisms nobody will understand for another 2,000 years. Before leaving, you notice the physician's own hands, smooth, supple, and showing none of the roughness you'd expect from someone who works constantly. The physician catches your glance and holds up both hands, demonstrating skin that seems younger than the face above it. The secret is simple. Constant contact with olive oil, hands soaking in it daily through the work of treating others. The oil penetrates so deeply and so regularly that the physician's skin maintains flexibility that people decades younger might envy. It's an occupational benefit, unintended but welcome, that makes the physician's hands themselves an advertisement for oil's properties. You head to the public baths next, a routine that's as much about social connection as hygiene. The bath complex's entrance area smells powerfully of olive oil, the scent intensified by heat and humidity drifting from the bathing rooms beyond. Attendants stand ready with bronze implements and ceramic vessels, prepared to perform the scraping ritual that's become central to bathing culture. You pass through to the changing room, storing clothes in a cubby while trying to remember which number your belongings occupy. The warm room comes first, with a temperature comfortable enough to begin sweating without shocking the system. An attendant approaches with a ceramic vessel of olive oil, offering to perform the full cleansing ritual. You agree, and the attendant begins applying oil generously across your skin, arms, legs, back, chest, using enough that it runs in small rivulets before being spread more evenly. The oil sits on skin without immediately absorbing, creating a slick barrier between you and the world. The warm room's heat increases your skin's temperature gradually, opening pores and encouraging perspiration that mixes with the olive oil coating your body. After perhaps 15 minutes, when sweat has begun flowing freely, the attendant returns with a strigil, a curved bronze blade with a handle designed specifically for scraping oil and dirt from skin. The scraping process looks violent, but feels surprisingly pleasant. The blade removing oil, dead skin cells, sweat, and accumulated grime in long strokes that leave clean skin behind. You watch the mixture of oil and remove material collect at the strigil's edge, forming a grey-brown substance that's promptly wiped onto a cloth after each pass. The attendant works methodically, covering every accessible area, occasionally adding more oil where skin seems dry. The scraping removes far more than you expected, revealing skin that looks brighter, feels smoother, and seems to glow with health that wasn't visible before. This is cleaning through oil, paradoxically using fat to remove fat, relying on olive oil's ability to dissolve the oils and grime that water alone can't touch. After the scraping completes, a rinse with clean water removes any remaining oil, though some inevitably stays absorbed into skin, providing moisturizing benefits that will last for days. You move through the progressively hotter rooms, then to the cold plunge, the temperature shock closing pores that the warm rooms opened. Throughout the process, olive oil remains present, in lamps providing light, in the massage oil an attendant offers for an additional fee, and in the preparation people apply to their hair to maintain shine and manageability. Leaving the baths, your skin feels different than when you arrived. Softer, cleaner, and somehow more alive. The olive oil treatment has removed layers of dead cells, stimulated circulation, and moisturized deeply enough that you won't need any additional treatment for days. This bathing ritual, practiced by millions across the empire, represents olive oil's role in daily life. A role so fundamental that imagining bathing without it seems impossible. Future generations will use soap and will shower under running water, but they'll lose something in the process. The ritual intimacy with oil that's made skincare a meditative practice rather than a rushed necessity. You're standing on a dock where cargo ships arrive from distant ports, their holds filled with trade goods that represent the economic lifeblood of maritime commerce. Among the crates and bundles, one type of container dominates, the amphora, a clay vessel designed specifically for transporting olive oil across seas. These amphorae stand taller than a child, with pointed bottoms that make them useless for setting on flat surfaces, but perfect for securing in ship holds. Their shape has evolved over centuries toward maximum efficiency, holding approximately 25 litres while remaining light enough for a single person to carry when full. Longshoremen work in teams, moving amphorae from ship to dock using techniques that minimise breakage. One worker positions himself in the ship's hold, hoisting amphorae to a second worker standing at the rail, who passes them to a third on the dock. The amphorae never touch ground during this transfer, always held by someone or leaning against something, their pointed bottoms making them tip immediately if released. This instability is intentional. It forces careful handling, reducing the casual roughness that breaks containers and spills valuable contents. Each amphora bears stamps pressed into its clay handles before firing, marks identifying the producer, the origin estate, and sometimes even the specific year of pressing. These stamps serve as quality guarantees, reputations distilled into small symbols that buyers learn to recognise. An amphora stamped with certain marks commands premium prices because everyone knows those producers harvest early, press carefully, and store properly. Other stamps indicate bulk oil suitable for lamps or soap making rather than direct consumption. The entire system relies on reputation because there's no way to test oil quality before purchasing except by trusting the stamps. You watch a merchant examining amphorae just unloaded from a ship that arrived from somewhere in Greece. The merchant inspects seals on each vessel, ensuring they haven't been broken during transport, checking for cracks in the clay that might indicate spoilage from seawater infiltration. One amphora shows a small crack near the bottom, and the merchant sets it aside for immediate use, knowing it won't survive further transport or extended storage. The oil inside remains good, but the container has become a liability rather than an asset. Prices fluctuate based on information that flows through the same shipping lanes as the oil itself. Word arrives that the harvest failed in one region, and immediately amphorae from that area become more valuable. News of bumper crops elsewhere suppresses prices for oil from successful regions. Pirates captured a convoy last month, and the lost cargo creates temporary scarcity that drives up values. This price instability means merchants who can store oil safely through lean periods make fortunes by selling when supply tightens. In a warehouse behind the docks, thousands of amphorae stand in organised rows, each marked with information about contents, origin, and arrival date. The warehouse keeper maintains careful records, knowing exactly which oils are aging well and which should be sold quickly before they turn rancid. Some oils improve with time, developing complexity that young pressing lacks. Others peak immediately and decline steadily. The warehouse keeper's expertise lies in understanding these differences, in knowing which amphorae to hold and which to liquidate. You follow a convoy of carts loaded with amphorae heading inland from the port. The carts move slowly, drivers careful to avoid jolts that might crack clay vessels. The road itself is surprisingly smooth. Maintaining trade routes benefits everyone, so communities along major roads dedicate substantial resources to repairs and improvements. Without good roads, amphora transport becomes prohibitively expensive due to breakage, so road quality directly affects olive oil prices in inland markets. At a way station, you observe the careful process of unloading amphorae for overnight storage. Each vessel gets checked for leaks, then positioned upright in sand-filled boxes that hold them steady. The sand absorbs any seepage while providing cushioning against accidental impacts. This attention to detail throughout the supply chain represents the difference between profitable and unprofitable trade. Oil that reaches markets in good condition sells well. Oil that arrives rancid or leaked away represents pure loss. A merchant you're travelling with explains the economics. An amphora of premium oil cost them 40 denarii at the port. Transport inland will cost another 10. If they reach the destination city without losses, they can sell for 70 denarii, a healthy but not excessive profit that rewards the risk and effort of moving goods from coast to interior. But if half the amphorae break during transport, the profitable venture becomes a disaster. This calculation drives every decision about which roads to take, how fast to travel, and how much to pay for quality carts and experienced drivers. You pass a broken amphora by the roadside, its contents long since soaked into the earth, leaving only pottery shards and a dark stain. The merchant points to it as a cautionary tale. Someone tried to save money with cheaper containers or faster travel, and this is the result. The broken amphora likely represented someone's profit margin for an entire shipment, the loss enough to make the difference between success and failure for a small merchant's yearly ventures. At a market in an inland city, you watch the final step of the journey. Amphorae being opened for the first time since sealing months earlier at Mediterranean coastal estates. A merchant breaks the wax seal carefully, then extracts the clay stopper, immediately smelling the contents to verify quality. Good oil smells fruity and fresh despite its journey. Poor oil reeks of rancidity, of oxidation that's turned fats into compounds that taste as bad as they smell. The merchant's nose determines whether an amphora's contents will be sold as food-grade oil or diverted to industrial uses. Some amphorae contain oil that's travelled unbelievable distances, from groves in North Africa, from estates in Spain, and from islands in the eastern Mediterranean. Each amphora's stamp tells a story of climate and soil and production methods specific to its origin. The diversity available in large city markets would have been unimaginable a few generations earlier, before maritime trade networks integrated olive-producing regions into a single economy. Now you can taste oil from a dozen different regions in a single afternoon. Comparing flavours that reflect terroir as distinctly as wines will later demonstrate, the merchant who opened the amphorae offers taste to potential buyers, pouring small amounts into clay cups. People taste thoughtfully, letting the oil coat their mouths, paying attention to the finish and aftertaste. Some spit after tasting, saving their appetite for food rather than consuming oil directly. Others swallow, appreciating oils that are good enough to enjoy by the spoonful. The tasting process resembles later wine culture's formality, with its own vocabulary for describing qualities that separate excellent from merely adequate. You purchase an amphora of oil from somewhere you've never visited, trusting the stamps and the merchant's reputation. The pointed bottom means you'll need to find a stand to hold it upright in your home, or sink it into sand in a storage room, or lay it on its side in a rack designed for that purpose. The awkward shape that made transport efficient now becomes your problem, a puzzle to solve before you can access the contents. But once solved, this amphora will provide oil for your household for weeks or months. A connection to distant groves and foreign hands that pressed these olives, sealed this container, and sent it off on a journey that ends in your home. You're standing in a temple where olive oil's role transcends practical utility, entering the realm of the sacred. The air smells of burning oil from dozens of lamps, but also of fragrant oils prepared specifically for religious purposes. Olive oil infused with myrrh, frankincense, spikenard, and other precious substances that transform it, from cooking fat to holy. Ointment. A priest prepares for evening rituals, checking that eternal flames still burn, that oil reserves remain sufficient, and that the sacred objects requiring anointing have received their regular applications. The eternal flame occupies the temple's central position, burning in a special lamp that's never allowed to extinguish. This lamp holds the finest olive oil, changed daily to ensure purity, tended by priests whose primary duty is maintaining its flame. The theological implications run deep. Light itself represents divine presence, and olive oil fuels that presence, making it a medium through which the sacred enters the physical world. When priests light lamps from the eternal flame, they're not just providing illumination, but propagating holiness through fire fed by blessed oil. A ceremony begins as a family arrives with their infant for dedication rituals. The priest brings out a small golden vessel containing anointing oil, olive oil blessed through prayers and mixed with aromatic compounds worth more per ounce than gold. Using a thumb, the priest marks the infant's forehead with a small cross of oil, speaking words that connect this child to generations of ancestors who received identical marks. The oil sits visibly on the infant's skin, slowly absorbing, carrying with it whatever properties the blessing supposedly imparted. You watch as the priest anoints other objects, a new altar cloth, a restored section of temple wall, and a bronze shield dedicated by a successful general. Each receives oil applied with specific prayers, the liquid itself becoming a vehicle for making common things holy. The oil doesn't change physically from this treatment, but in everyone's understanding it changes essentially, becoming something more than pressed olives, even while remaining exactly that. This dual nature, simultaneously mundane and sacred, makes olive oil uniquely suited for religious purposes. In a preparation room you see the process of making sacred oil. The base is pure olive oil from the first pressing, chosen for quality that reflects the importance of its intended use. To this base, priests add ground cinnamon, cassia, myrrh, and other aromatic plants, mixing carefully while reciting prayers meant to infuse the blend with spiritual properties. The resulting oil smells overwhelming and complex, unlike anything used in daily life. Its cost per litre would feed a family for months, making lavish use of it a genuine sacrifice, resources directed toward divine purposes rather than human comfort. A storage room holds amphorae of sacred oil, sealed and marked with symbols indicating their consecrated status. These oils are never used for cooking or lamps or any mundane purpose. To do so would be blasphemy, a mixing of categories that must remain separate. Yet they're still olive oil, chemically identical to what fills kitchen jars throughout the city. The difference exists entirely in human intention and social agreement. No test could distinguish sacred from profane oil. This fact bothers no one. The distinction feels as real as the oil itself. During a wedding ceremony, you watch the priest use oil to bless the couple, marking their hands with fragrant oil while pronouncing them joined. The oil's presence in this ceremony isn't decorative. It represents prosperity, divine favour, and the hope that their union will prove as fruitful as olive trees and as enduring as groves that outlive the humans who plant them. Later, the couple will take home a small vessel of blessed oil, keeping it in their household as protection, and a reminder of vows spoken before witnesses human and divine. A funeral procession arrives, and olive oil plays yet another role in this transition. The body has been anointed with oil as part of preparation for burial, the oil preserving the flesh, while symbolising care and respect for the deceased. Oil-soaked cloths wrap the body, maintaining moisture and preventing the accelerated decomposition that would occur in dry air. Some of these oils are expensive, with families spending significant portions of their savings to ensure proper treatment of their dead. The smell of aromatic oils mixed with human death creates an odour both pleasant and disturbing, beauty and decay intermingled. In a private room, the priest teaches an novitiate how to mix sacred oils, explaining proportions and prayers that must accompany the work. This knowledge passes through oral tradition, master to student, creating lineages of specialists who understand both the practical chemistry and ritual requirements of sacred oil production. The initiate watches carefully, memorizing not just what the priest does, but how, the specific gestures and words that supposedly transform mixing into blessing. Years from now, this initiate will teach another, and the tradition will continue, olive oil linking generations through unbroken chains of practice. You notice how much olive oil the temple consumes, hundreds of litres monthly just for lamps, dozens more for anointing and blessing, and special reserves for major ceremonies. Maintaining this consumption requires dedicated olive groves, estates that exist solely to supply religious institutions. These sacred groves are managed no differently than commercial ones. They're pruned, harvested, and pressed using identical methods. Yet their oil goes directly to temples, never entering normal commerce, creating a parallel economy of divine provision that mirrors but never touches the secular oil trade. As evening prayers conclude, priests circulate through the temple lighting additional lamps, each flame representing a prayer, a hope, and a connection between worshipper and divine. The practice creates a constellation of small lights, hundreds of flames burning olive oil while people kneel or stand in prayer. The visual effect is powerful, darkness pushed back by collective effort, each lamp an individual contribution to communal brightness. Without olive oil, this display would be impossible. Without olive groves, these temples would stand dark and silent. Walking home through darkness held at bay by oil lamps lining the streets, you reflect on how completely olive oil has woven itself into every aspect of life. It lights your path, flavours your food, heals your injuries, cleanses your body, connects distant regions through trade, and links you to the divine through sacred rituals. No other substance touches so many domains, serves so many purposes, and proves so essential while remaining so humble. The olive tree itself seems unremarkable, gnarled, slow-growing, and demanding little. Yet from its fruit flows civilization's golden thread, binding together all the separate elements that make human life more than mere survival. You're standing in a grove that's witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, its oldest trees planted so long ago that no records document their origins. These ancient olives have felt the footsteps of peoples who spoke languages now lost, who worshipped gods whose names nobody remembers, and who built cities that have eroded back into the hillsides they once crowned. The trees remain, still producing fruit indifferent to the human dramas that have played out beneath their branches. An archaeologist working nearby explains that olive pits found in local excavations date back 8,000 years. meaning people have been harvesting these hillsides since before pottery, before metal tools, and before writing. The relationship between humans and olives here predates civilization itself, existing in some form through every era of human development from stone tools to satellite imagery. The groves you're standing in might not be that ancient, but they descend from those first cultivated trees in an unbroken chain of propagation that spans hundreds of generations. You run your hand along bark that feels like frozen time, ridges and valleys recording decades of growth in patterns as unique as fingerprints. This particular tree is old enough that 3 people linking hands couldn't encircle its trunk. Its hollow interior could shelter several children during rainstorms, yet it produces fruit as reliably as trees a tenth its age. Olive trees don't age like other plants. They don't gradually weaken and die, but simply grow thicker, more gnarled, and more impossible looking while maintaining vitality that seems to contradict everything you understand about mortality. The archaeologist points out ancient stone terraces built to prevent soil erosion. Their construction so solid they still function centuries after the civilization that built them vanished. These terraces create level planting areas on slopes too steep for agriculture, catching rainwater and preserving topsoil that would otherwise wash away during winter storms. The labour involved in building them was enormous. Thousands of hours moving stones, levelling ground, and creating the infrastructure necessary for olive cultivation in challenging terrain. Yet the investment proved worthwhile over time frames that dwarf human lifespans. You notice evidence of ancient pressing operations, circular depressions carved into bedrock where millstones once turned, channels that guided oil from pressing platforms to collection vessels, and anchoring points for press beams. These installations functioned for generations before being abandoned when economic conditions shifted or populations declined. Now they're covered with moss and leaves, slowly eroding, their purpose obvious only to trained observers. The groves they served continue producing, indifferent to whether humans still press their fruit or leave it to fall and rot. Climate patterns recorded in ice cores and lake sediments reveal that this region has experienced dramatic changes during the olive grove's existence. Periods of extreme drought should have killed these trees, yet somehow they endured, their deep roots finding moisture other plants couldn't access. Invasions swept through repeatedly, armies burning farms and slaughtering populations, but olive trees survived because they're nearly impossible to kill completely. Even if trunk and branches burn to ash, roots send up new growth, rebuilding from below ground with patience that makes human urgency seem absurd. An ancient olive tree nearby shows clear signs of having been cut down, then regrowing from the stump, creating multiple new trunks that fuse together over time. The practice of coppicing olives for wood while preserving their root systems allowed farmers to harvest the trees themselves without ending production. The regrown trunks might take 20 years to begin bearing fruit again, but in the olive's timeline, 20 years is nothing, barely worth noticing. This one tree has probably been cut and regrown 5 or 6 times over its existence, each cycle producing decades of firewood while the roots waited patiently for their chance to rebuild. You sit beneath a massive olive and try to imagine the lives it's witnessed. People have sat exactly here for centuries, seeking shade from Mediterranean heat, perhaps eating olives from this very tree. Children have climbed its branches. Lovers have carved initials into bark that later grew over and obscured their declarations. Battles may have raged nearby while the tree simply continued its slow cycle of flowering and fruiting, indifferent to human violence. The tree has probably lived through famines, plagues, golden ages, dark ages, conquests and liberations, all while doing nothing but being a tree. The archaeologist mentions that olive trees can effectively live forever through a process of continuous renewal. As the central trunk ages and hollows, the tree sends up new shoots from its base. These shoots eventually become new trunks while the old one gradually crumbles away. The root system remains unbroken through this process, meaning the tree's identity persists, even though none of its above-ground parts might be original. Some of the groves in this region may have been continuously alive since before humans began writing down history. Modern threats to these ancient groves come not from the climate or diseases that have always challenged olive cultivation, but from economic changes that make old trees less valuable than the land they occupy. You've heard of developers cutting down 1,000-year-old olives to build resorts, of ancient groves being replaced by crops that produce faster returns. The trees that survived every historical catastrophe now face chainsaws guided by spreadsheets showing that quick profits from destruction exceed the patient income from preservation. Yet some groves remain protected, recognised as cultural heritage as important as ancient buildings or archaeological sites. These protected groves are maintained using traditional methods, pressed with equipment that would be familiar to farmers from centuries past, and producing oil marketed specifically as coming from ancient trees. Whether the oil actually tastes different is debatable, but customers pay premium prices for the connection to history, for fruit from trees that their great-great-great-grandparents might have harvested. Walking through these groves as afternoon light creates dramatic contrast between illuminated leaves and deep shadows, you feel a strange temporal vertigo. Everything around you looks timeless. It could be a scene from any century in the past 2,000 years. The trees haven't changed. The hillsides haven't changed. If you squint slightly, you can imagine yourself in any era, the present just another moment in an endless chain of harvests and pressings that extends beyond memory in both directions. The archaeological evidence scattered throughout these hillsides tells a story of continuous use despite political chaos. When one empire collapsed and the population fled, within a generation or two, new people arrived and resumed harvesting the groves. The olive trees themselves served as attractants, their presence advertising that this land could support human communities. Abandon a grain field and within a year it reverts to wild grasses, but abandon an olive grove and decades later it's still there, still producing, still waiting for humans to return and resume the partnership. You collect a few olives from the ground, examining them closely. They're the same size and shape as the preserved olives archaeologists find in ancient shipwrecks, and as the olives depicted in frescoes and mosaics from civilizations that no longer exist. The genetic diversity in modern olive cultivars is surprisingly narrow, suggesting that most productive trees descend from relatively few ancient parents that demonstrated superior characteristics. The olive you're holding might be genetically nearly identical to olives that fed Roman soldiers, Greek philosophers, and Egyptian traders, all the way back to whoever first noticed that these bitter fruits became delicious after proper processing. You're standing in a modern supermarket, looking at a shelf displaying dozens of olive oil varieties, each bottle promising superior quality, health benefits, or authentic tradition. The bottles are clear glass or dark green, some with elaborate labels depicting Mediterranean scenes, others with minimalist designs suggesting sophistication. Behind these modern presentations lies the same substance that's flavoured human civilization for millennia, now reduced to consumer choice among competing brands. You pick up a bottle labelled extra virgin, reading the fine print that explains what this designation means. The oil inside was cold pressed without heat or chemicals from olives harvested at optimal ripeness and processed within hours of picking. These requirements echo practices developed thousands of years ago when pressers learned through trial and error that speed, care and temperature control produce superior oil. The terminology is modern, but the principles are ancient, linking your kitchen to those of people who lived before philosophy or democracy existed. The price range across this shelf is staggering. Some bottles cost as much per litre as an ancient worker earned in a week, while others are cheap enough that oil has become just another commodity. This democratization represents both triumph and loss. More people can afford olive oil than ever before in history, but the intimate relationship between consumers and producers has been severed. You don't know which grove produced this oil, whose hands harvested these olives, or how many generations their family has been pressing fruit from these specific trees. A cooking show plays on a screen near the checkout, a chef drizzling olive oil over vegetables while explaining how it's healthier than butter or other fats. The health claims are accurate. Olive oil does contain monounsaturated fats that improve cardiovascular health, antioxidants that protect cells, and compounds that reduce inflammation. But ancient peoples who built their cuisines around olive oil knew none of this, using it not because it was healthy, but because it was available, delicious, and versatile. They stumbled into good health through culinary tradition, their bodies benefiting from choices made for entirely different reasons. You notice organic options, Oil from olives grown without synthetic pesticides or fertilizers. This marketing implies that non-organic methods are standard now, representing a fundamental shift from traditional olive cultivation that used no chemicals because they didn't exist. The modern organic movement is actually a return to ancient practices, charging premium prices for what was once universal. The irony seems lost on most shoppers filling their carts without considering the historical arc that brought these bottles to this shelf. At home, you drizzle oil over a salad, the action so casual that you don't pause to think about it. Yet this simple gesture connects you to every cook throughout history who performed the same motion. The oil catches light streaming through your window, exactly as it caught lamplight in ancient kitchens. It coats the vegetables with the same golden sheen that made food look appetizing to people whose names nobody remembers. The chemistry of fat interacting with plant cells hasn't changed, meaning the salad tastes similar to versions eaten 2,000 years ago. Your bathroom contains olive oil-based soaps and cosmetics, products marketed as natural alternatives to synthetic options. Soap itself was invented partly to replace the oil scraping method used in ancient baths, yet now olive oil soap represents a return to more authentic cleansing. The circular motion of hygiene history suggests that human needs remain constant, while technologies cycle between complexity and simplicity, each generation rediscovering benefits that previous generations took for granted. You light a candle, petroleum wax with a cotton wick, creating a flame without olive oil for the first time in human history. Candles existed in ancient times, but oil lamps provided most illumination, making olive oil the primary medium through which people pushed back darkness. The shift from oil to candles to gas to electricity represents increasing separation between light and its fuel source. Ancient peoples understood exactly what burned when they lit lamps. You flip a switch without thinking about the coal or natural gas or nuclear reaction generating your electricity. A Mediterranean restaurant nearby advertises authentic cuisine, its menu featuring dishes built around olive oil in ways that would be familiar to ancient diners. The ingredients are identical, the cooking methods unchanged in essentials, yet the context is completely different. Ancient people ate these foods because they were local and available, not because they were exotic or healthy. The restaurant charges premium prices for authenticity that used to be called what we have, transforming necessity into luxury through distance, temporal distance separating us from when these foods were ordinary. You read about olive oil fraud, about bottles labelled Italian or Greek containing oil from North Africa or Spain, and about extra virgin designations applied to oil that doesn't meet technical requirements. These deceptions echo ancient problems. Merchants have always been tempted to dilute expensive oil with cheaper alternatives, to misrepresent origins, and to sell last year's rancid oil as this year's fresh pressing. The amphora stamps that guaranteed quality in ancient markets were responses to fraud that still exists, human nature remaining constant across millennia. A news article discusses how climate change threatens traditional olive-growing regions, and how rising temperatures and changing rainfall patterns might shift production to areas that previously couldn't support olives. The trees themselves can adapt. They've survived climate changes throughout history, but the cultural connection between specific regions and olive cultivation might break. What happens to Greek or Spanish or Italian culinary identity if olives no longer thrive there? Can tradition persist when the material basis for tradition disappears? You notice how olive oil has become shorthand for healthy eating, the Mediterranean diet, and lifestyle choices associated with longevity and well-being. This association isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. Ancient peoples who consumed olive oil daily also died young from infections and injuries. Modern medicine prevents easily. The oil didn't make them healthy in any comprehensive sense. They simply lacked alternatives we take for granted. Separating olive oil's actual benefits from romanticised versions of Mediterranean life requires care that marketing departments rarely provide. In your pantry, a bottle of olive oil sits next to vegetable oil, canola oil and coconut oil, each suited for different purposes, different heat tolerances and different flavour profiles. This abundance would astonish ancient cooks who used olive oil for everything because it was the only fat they had in quantity. Modern cooking's specialisation, this oil for sautéing, that one for baking, another for salads, represents both sophistication and loss. You've gained options, but sacrificed the intimate knowledge that comes from using a single ingredient in every possible way. You cook dinner using olive oil, clean up with olive oil soap, and moisturise your hands with olive oil lotion, all while electric lights eliminate any need for oil lamps. Olive oil persists in modern life, but its role has narrowed from essential to optional, from universal to particular. You could survive comfortably without it, substituting other fats in cooking, other products for cleaning and moisturising, and other sources for illumination. This optionality represents the fundamental difference between your relationship with olive oil and that of people for whom it was irreplaceable. Yet walking through the supermarket or cooking dinner, you occasionally feel a strange temporal connection, a sense that you're performing actions that link you to an unbroken chain of human activity, stretching back to before recorded history. When you drizzle olive oil over food, you're doing exactly what countless humans have done in the same way for the same reasons. The bottle is different, the kitchen is different, and the context is different, but the action itself is unchanged. In this small gesture, you briefly touch the deep past, performing a ritual so ancient that its origins predate the concept of ritual itself. The olive trees in distant groves continue their patient work, flowering each spring, fruiting each autumn, and producing the same golden liquid that fueled civilizations now studied only by archaeologists. Some of those trees might be the direct descendants, literally through root propagation, of trees that witnessed events recorded in histories you've read. They connect past to present through living continuity, biology preserving what human memory cannot. As long as those trees survive, as long as someone harvests their fruit and presses it into oil, the ancient world isn't entirely lost. It flows forward, year by year, harvest by harvest, a golden thread that refuses to break. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra, in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly, not yet, but they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The larger structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths. They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge, too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf. There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun. so subtle that no one could possibly recognize its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, you toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally. Not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby, looking for scraps. It hops closer to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay, because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties. Sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play-fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother, but the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh, quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognise it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here. Not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other two puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills. They tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements, and when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about a year and a half old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable, and while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey, it still maintains some distance, it still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that. Carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf, and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. Whitechest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. Whitechest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then Whitechest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. Whitechest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since Whitechest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. Whitechest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. Whitechest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, Whitechest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. Whitechest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, Whitechest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, Whitechest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, Whitechest has learned to wait for its share of the kill rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. Whitechest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, Whitechest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with Whitechest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. Whitechest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, Whitechest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with Whitechest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, Whitechest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, Whitechest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements Whitechest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. Whitechest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as Whitechest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than Whitechest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. It's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association, it's home, it's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. 2 are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. White Chest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since White Chest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not 1 or 2 wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. White Chest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But White Chest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat White Chest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. But the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns, awake when humans are awake, sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like White Chest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? White Chest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. White Chest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach White Chest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about White Chest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes, honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. White Chest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership White Chest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of White Chest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one, two futures, diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since White Chest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalized that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself, the wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances, but the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that, during a harsh winter with severe food shortages, kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing White Chest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have. And one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation. From wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, Long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out, the same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course. They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating, genetic shifts, behavioural adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending, a partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new, a relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia and will continue long into whatever future awaits. Imagine, if you will, the realm of Asgard on a winter morning when the world feels wrapped in cotton wool. The golden halls of the gods stand silent, their walls reflecting the pale light of a sun that never quite seems to warm the air. This is the kind of stillness that makes you hold your breath without realizing it, the sort of peace that whispers of its own fragility. In these days, before the great prophecy took root in every divine heart, the gods went about their business with a confidence that now seems almost charming in its innocence. Odin sat upon his high seat, watching the 9 worlds with eyes that saw everything except, perhaps, what mattered most. Thor practiced with his hammer in the courtyard, each swing sending tremors through the ground that the other gods had learned to ignore like familiar background noise. Freya tended her cats and contemplated beauty in all its forms, from the delicate frost patterns on window glass to the terrible elegance of a well-crafted sword. Life in Asgard followed rhythms as old as the World Tree itself. Feasts rolled into councils, councils dissolved into hunts, and hunts gave way to more feasts. The mead flowed like rivers, and laughter echoed through halls built to last until the end of days, though none of them truly believed those days would ever come. Endings were things that happened to mortals, to the brief lives of humans who flickered and faded like candle flames in a drafty room. Gods were supposed to be different, but even in those peaceful times there were signs if you knew how to read them. The Norns, those 3 ancient sisters who wove the fates of gods and men alike, worked their loom with expressions that suggested they knew something everyone else had missed. Their fingers moved through threads of past, present and future with a speed that spoke of urgency, though they never rushed. Rushing implied there was still time to make a difference, and the Norns knew better than anyone that some things were already written in the deep structure of the universe itself. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, returned each evening to whisper their findings into Odin's ears. Thought and memory they were called, and between them they saw everything that happened under the sky. But lately their reports had taken on a quality that Odin didn't care to examine too closely. Attention, a sense of gathering momentum towards something inevitable. He would nod and thank them, then pour another cup of mead and try to focus on problems that seemed more immediate, and therefore more solvable. Down in Midgard, the realm of humans, life continued with its own particular rhythms. Farmers planted and harvested, warriors fought and feasted, and everyone told stories around fires on cold nights. Many of these stories concern the gods, naturally, because humans have always found comfort in believing that their struggles mirror larger cosmic patterns. They spoke of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freya's beauty, and yes, even of Loki, low-key, though those stories were always told with a mixture of amusement and unease, occupied a peculiar position in the divine hierarchy. He was counted among the easier gods, yet everyone knew he was actually a giant by birth, one of the Jotun who were supposed to be enemies of the gods. It was the kind of complicated family situation that makes modern Thanksgiving dinners look simple by comparison. Odin had made him a blood brother in some ancient ceremony that no one quite remembered the details of anymore, binding them together with oaths that even gods could not break without consequences. In those quiet days before the prophecy became impossible to ignore, I moved through Asgard like a cat in a house, where it knows it's not entirely welcome but tolerated for its usefulness in dealing with mice. He was clever, perhaps too clever, as the other gods sometimes muttered when they thought he couldn't hear. His solutions to problems often created new problems, like a home repair job that fixes the leak but somehow damages the foundation. Yet time and again, when the gods found themselves in truly impossible situations, it was they who turned to, because sometimes you need someone willing to think in directions that would never occur to the properly moral mind. He was beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are, sharp-featured, with eyes that suggested he was always 3 steps ahead in a conversation you didn't know you were having. His smile had edges to it, and his laughter could sound like either delight or mockery depending on how you happened to be feeling that day. The gods never entirely trusted him, but they never entirely distrusted him either, which was exactly the balance he seemed to prefer. Trust was a cage, distrust was exile, but this liminal space between the two offered freedom of a sort. During this period of stillness, I would often wander beyond Asgard's golden walls, out into the wild spaces where the worlds brushed against each other like pages in a book not quite properly closed. He said he was exploring, learning the secrets of creation that the more respectable gods were too dignified to seek out themselves, and perhaps that was even true in its own way. But exploration can take many forms, and not all of them involve maps and careful notes. The other gods probably should have paid more attention to these wanderings. But Asgard was comfortable, mead was plentiful, and it's always easier to assume that tomorrow will be much like today, especially when today is pleasant enough. They assumed she would always be, sometimes helpful, sometimes annoying, but ultimately one of them, bound by the same rules and expectations that governed all their lives. They were right about the first part. Would always be. Where they went wrong was in assuming that meant anything like predictability or safety. Beyond the walls of Asgard, beyond even the relatively tamed wildness of Midgard, lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. This was not a place where gods typically vacationed. The giants were old, older than the gods themselves by some accounts, and they remembered every slight, every battle, every drop of blood spilled in the eternal conflict between order and chaos. Jotunheim was a landscape of contradictions, ice fields that burned with cold so intense it felt like fire, mountains that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them, and forests where the trees had witnessed the birth of the worlds and remained unimpressed. It was to this unwelcoming realm that he found himself drawn, pulled by something he couldn't quite name and wouldn't have admitted if he could. Maybe it was boredom with Asgard's golden perfection, where everything was always beautiful and therefore in its way monotonous. Maybe it was a longing for the wild magic that the giants still practiced, the old chaos that had existed before the gods imposed their orderly structures on creation. Or maybe, and this is what he would never have confessed to Odin or any of the others, it was a desire to be somewhere he didn't have to constantly perform the role of the trickster, where he could simply be. In Jotunheim he met Angrboda the giantess. Her name meant she who brings grief, which should have been his first warning but instead intrigued him, the way danger always intrigued him. She was not beautiful by the standards of Asgard, where beauty meant golden hair and perfect features that never showed the weight of years or experience. Angrboda's beauty was of a different sort entirely, the beauty of a winter storm, of ancient stone, of things that endure not through perfection but through sheer uncompromising existence. She lived alone in a part of Jotunheim where even other giants rarely ventured, in a hall built from the bones of some creature that had died when the world was young. It should have been grim, but somehow it wasn't. She had made it comfortable in her own way, with furs that actually provided warmth and a fire that burned with colours I had never seen in Asgard's carefully tended hearths. The first time he visited, he told himself he was gathering information, learning giant secrets that might prove useful to the gods someday. The second visit was harder to justify. By the third, he had stopped trying. Angrboda saw through him immediately, of course. She saw the performance he put on for everyone else, and underneath it she saw something that she had even half forgotten was there. A person who was tired of always being clever, always having the perfect response, and always playing the role that everyone expected. With her he could occasionally be quiet, With her, he could admit uncertainty. With her, he discovered that not every moment needed to be filled with words or tricks or carefully calculated moves in some invisible game. This relationship was, by any reasonable standard, a catastrophically bad idea. Was bound by oaths to the gods, bound by his peculiar position as both insider and outsider in Asgard's hierarchy. Angerboda was a giant, one of the ancient enemies, and her very name suggested that she carried doom in her wake like a cloak. Nothing good could come from this union. Anyone with sense could have told them that, but sense has never been the primary motivator of those who fall into whatever you want to call the thing that grew between them. Love is too simple a word and too complicated at the same time. Call it recognition, perhaps. The way two people who have always been slightly out of step with everyone around them might recognise that quality in each other and feel something like relief. Time in Jotunheim moved differently than in Asgard. Days could stretch or compress, and seasons followed rules that would have given meteorologists nervous breakdowns. During one of these temporally ambiguous periods, Angerboda discovered she was pregnant. Not with one child, but with 3, because apparently even reproduction couldn't be straightforward when I was involved. This should have been the moment when he returned to Asgard, resumed his proper role, and pretended this entire episode had never happened. The gods were skilled at ignoring uncomfortable truths, and one more god's indiscretion could have been added to a list that was already impressively long. But something kept him in Jotunheim through Angerboda's pregnancy, watching her belly swell with new life, feeling something he couldn't quite name and didn't entirely trust. Perhaps it was fear of what was coming. Perhaps it was fascination with the sheer audacity of creating life when your own existence felt so uncertain. Or perhaps, and this is the most generous interpretation, it was a genuine desire to be present for the birth of his children, to be something other than the trickster for once, to be simply a father to beings who might not yet know enough to be disappointed in him. The births, when they came, were like nothing in the usual order of things. The first child came into the world as winter deepened over Jotunheim, when the cold pressed down like a physical weight and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Angerboda laboured in her hall of bone and fur and discovered that all his cleverness was useless in the face of this most ancient and ordinary of processes. He could do nothing but wait, and waiting had never been something he excelled at. When the baby finally emerged, wrapped in call and blood and possibility, he looked down at his firstborn son and felt his heart constrict in a way that should have been impossible for someone who prided himself on emotional detachment. The child was perfect, small and helpless in the way all newborns are, with tiny fists that clenched and unclenched, as if already learning to hold on to things in a world that would try to take everything away. They named him Fenrir, and in the beginning he was simply a baby. He cried when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and regarded the world with the solemn curiosity of all new arrivals trying to understand the strange place they've landed in. But even from the start there were signs for those who knew how to read them. His eyes were too knowing for an infant's, his grip on your finger stronger than it should have been, and when he looked at you, it felt like being assessed by something that was already deciding whether you were friend or food. He grew faster than any normal child, his baby fat melting away within weeks to reveal lean muscle and a coat of fur that shouldn't have emerged for months if he'd been a normal wolf, which he very clearly wasn't. By the time Fenrir was what should have been 3 months old, he was the size of a large dog, and by 6 months he was larger than any wolf that had ever run through the forests of any world. His teeth, when he yawned, were already the size of daggers, and his howls echoed across Jotunheim in ways that made even giants pause in their work and look toward the horizon with expressions of unease. But here's what you need to understand. Despite all this, Fenrir was still just a child. He wanted to play, to be petted, and to curl up next to his mother and listen to her voice as she told him stories about the world before his birth. He was gentle with the smaller creatures that lived around Angerboda's hall, and once I watched him spend an entire afternoon carefully not squashing a mouse that had wandered into his paws. The wolf-child's tail would wag when either parent came near, and his greatest joy seemed to be these simple moments of family togetherness. This second birth came only months later, though time in Jotunheim made such measurements almost meaningless. This child emerged even more impossible than the first, and when Angerboda laid him against her chest for the first time, she looked up at him with eyes that held equal parts love and terror. Jörmungandr, they named him, the world's serpent. Though he started out small enough to fit in cupped palms, he was beautiful in the way that reptiles can be beautiful, perfectly designed for his purpose, with scales that caught the light like opals and eyes that were older than anything had a right to be. Unlike Fenrir, who was warm and mammalian in his affections, Jörmungandr was cool to the touch, contemplative, with a stillness that suggested depths beneath depths. He grew even faster than his brother, his body lengthening in coils that soon filled the hall and then spilled outside, wrapping around the foundation like a living boundary marker. Within a year, or what passed for a year, he was longer than any snake or dragon in mythology, his body stretching so far that you could see the beginning but never quite follow him to his end. He moved like water when he wanted to, with a grace that made you forget how utterly alien he was, and when he was still, you might mistake him for a peculiar rock formation, until one of those opal eyes opened to regard you with cool interest. Jörmungandr didn't play like Fenrir did, but he had his own way of showing affection. He would rest his massive head on Angerboda's lap as she sat by the fire, his breath slow and even, radiating a sense of peace that seemed to spread through the entire hall. He liked it when she would trace patterns on his scales and tell him stories, not the grand sagas of gods and heroes, but smaller, quieter tales about observation and patience, and the long view that serpents naturally understood. The third child came last, and her birth was the strangest of all. The labour was long and difficult, and there were moments when I wondered if Angerboda would survive it. But finally the baby emerged, and when they cleaned her and wrapped her in furs, they saw that she was split perfectly down the middle, one side living and lovely, the other side showing the marks of death and decay that usually only came after a life had ended. They named her Hel, and she was perhaps the most remarkable of all the children, though the least obviously monstrous. Her living side was as beautiful as her mother was beautiful, strong-featured and fierce, with eyes that saw straight through pretense to the truth underneath. Her death-touch side was not grotesque in the way you might imagine, but rather peaceful, like a person sleeping deeply, with skin the colour of old parchment, and an eye that saw into realms no living person should perceive. Unlike her brothers, Hel grew at a normal pace, though what was normal about anything concerning this family was debatable. But she aged like a human child would, which meant she stayed small and vulnerable far longer than Fenrir or Jörmungandr. This seemed to bring out protective instincts in her brothers that you wouldn't expect from beings who were already becoming legends even in their infancy. Fenrir would curl his enormous body around her when she slept, providing warmth and security. Jörmungandr would create living walls with his coils, keeping anything potentially dangerous away from his sister. For a short time, and it was heartbreakingly short, they were simply a family. Unconventional, certainly. Impossible by any reasonable standard. But a family nonetheless, finding joy in each other's company in a hall at the edge of civilization, where the rules that governed everyone else's lives didn't quite seem to apply. Angerboda would sit by the fire in the evenings, Hel in her lap, while Fenrir sprawled nearby and Jörmungandr coiled around them all like a living fortress. Would tell stories. He was always good with stories, and for those moments he could almost forget that this couldn't last, that the world beyond their hall was watching and worrying and preparing to take action. But she'd always been too clever not to know the truth, and Angerboda was too wise to pretend otherwise. These children, however beloved, however innocent in themselves, were prophecy made flesh. Their very existence was a threat to the order of things, and order, especially divine order, has never been kind to threats. The gods learned about the children the way gods always learn about things they'd prefer not to know, through ravens and rumours, through prophecies that emerged in dreams, through the Norns weaving with expressions that grew grimmer with each passing day. At first, the news was met with disbelief. Had gotten himself into awkward situations before, but this seemed excessive even for him. 3 children, each more impossible than the last, born of a union that should never have happened in the first place. Then the disbelief turned to concern, and concern ripened into fear, because prophecies began to surface, old predictions that suddenly made new and terrible sense. The wolf who would devour the sun, the serpent who would poison the sky, the maiden who would receive the dead when the final battle came. These weren't just children, they were endings given form and breath, walking proof that Ragnarok, was not some distant theoretical event, but an approaching reality with baby teeth and scales. Odin called a council, which was never a good sign. When gods gather formally to discuss problems, it usually means someone's life is about to get significantly worse. Thor argued for immediate action, because Thor's solution to most problems involved hitting them with his hammer until they stopped being problems. Freya counselled compassion, suggesting that children shouldn't be punished for prophecies about things they hadn't done yet. Tyr, the god of justice, pointed out that justice and prevention made uncomfortable bedfellows, and perhaps this was a situation where they needed to choose which principle mattered more. They sent for him, and he came reluctantly, leaving his family in Jotunheim with promises he must have known even then he couldn't keep. In Asgard's great hall, with all the gods assembled in judgment, he faced questions he had no good answers for. Yes, the children existed. Yes, they were growing powerful. Yes, he supposed the prophecies might apply to them, though prophecies were notoriously open to interpretation, and perhaps everyone was overreacting. This argument went about as well as you'd expect when you're trying to convince people that their existential terror might be premature. Odin pronounced judgment with the weight of someone who had foreseen this moment and hated every part of it. The children could not remain in Jotunheim, free and growing stronger. They had to be separated, contained and placed where they could not fulfill the prophecies that everyone now agreed hung over them like storm clouds over a picnic. It was for the good of all the worlds, Odin said, and maybe he even believed it. Gods are very good at convincing themselves that terrible things are necessary. The separation happened on a grey morning when the sky seemed to reflect the mood of everyone involved. Gods came to Jotunheim in force, not quite an army, but not quite not an army either, led by Odin himself because some orders can't be delegated without seeming cowardly. Angerboda fought them, of course. She was a giantess and a mother, which made her approximately as dangerous as anything in creation when protecting her children. But there were many gods, and only one of her, and they had come prepared with bindings and spells and the kind of overwhelming force that leaves no room for defiance to matter. Fenrir fought too, though he was still young enough that fighting mostly meant biting and howling and trying to position himself between his family and the invaders. He managed to bloody a few minor gods before they got magical chains around him. Chains that wouldn't have held a normal wolf for more than moments, but that had been forged specifically for him, woven with magic and prophecy, and the kind of desperate ingenuity that comes from fear. Even bound, Fenrir struggled, his eyes finding his mother's across the chaos, seeing something in her expression that broke what remained of his puppy heart. They took him first, dragging him away, still bound, still fighting, howling in a voice that carried across all of Jotunheim, and made even the giants pause in whatever they were doing to listen and remember. The gods brought him to a place called Lyngvi, an island in the middle of a lake called Amsvatnir, where water so dark it looked like liquid night lapped at shores that nothing living visited. There they chained him with bonds called Gleipnir, thin as silk and strong as the roots of mountains, made from impossible things. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. Fenrir would live there on that lonely island, bound and isolated, growing larger and more bitter as the years passed. The gods told themselves this was mercy. They could have killed him after all. They told themselves he would be well cared for, that someone would bring him food and water. What they didn't tell themselves was what it might do to a social creature to live entirely alone, without touch or companionship, with nothing but chains and prophecy for company. Ur mungan dur. They handled it differently, though no more kindly. The serpent had grown so large that transporting him anywhere seemed impossible, so instead they threw him into the sea, cast him from the cliffs of Asgard down into the waters of Midgard like something broken being tossed away. He fell through clouds and air that never felt anything like him pass through before, and hit the ocean with an impact that created waves that reached shores hundreds of miles away. The serpent sank into the cold deep, where sunlight had never quite figured out how to reach, and there he continued to grow. He grew until his body encircled all of Midgard, grew until he held his own tail in his mouth in an endless loop of scale and muscle and patient rage. Sailors would sometimes glimpse him when storms turned the sea transparent for brief moments, and they would tell stories about the world serpent who waited in the depths for a day when the prophecies would finally come true and he could rise to meet them. She took last, and perhaps her fate was strangest of all. She was still a child, small and frightened, clutching at Angerboda's skirts as the gods deliberated what to do with a girl who was half alive and half dead, and entirely too close to the mysteries that separated one state from the other. Odin looked at her for a long time, his one eye seeing things that others couldn't, seeing possibilities and problems and prophecies yet unwritten. Finally he made his decision. She would not be imprisoned like her brother or exiled like the other. Instead she would be given a realm to rule. Niflheim, the realm of the dead, where those who died of illness or old age would come to rest. It sounded like a gift, the way Odin presented it, like they were giving her purpose and authority beyond what any child her age should expect. But Hel was already wise beyond her years, split as she was between life and death, and she understood what they were really doing, isolating her from the living, placing her where her strange nature would be appropriate, and keeping her contained through responsibility rather than chains. She went without fighting, because what would fighting have accomplished? But she looked back once at her mother, and Angerboda saw in that look all the future Hel would have without her family around her, all the centuries of ruling over the dead while being neither quite living nor quite dead herself, and all the loneliness that awaited in those grey halls beneath the earth. Watched all of this happen, bound by his oaths to Odin, unable to intervene without breaking bonds that held the very fabric of divine society together. His children were taken, scattered to wind and sea and underworld, separated from each other and from the family that loved them, despite every prophecy that said they shouldn't. And he stood there in his golden halls of Asgard, still technically one of the gods, still technically honoured and respected, and felt something inside him crack in ways that would have consequences no one could yet imagine. Angerboda they left alone in her hall of bones, because what more could they take from her? She sat by her fire, which had always burned with strange colours, and she wept tears that froze before they hit the ground. The gods had taken her children. The prophecies remained. And somewhere in the fabric of fate itself something shifted, like a lock tumbling into place, like a story finally finding its proper tragic shape. After the separation, Asgard tried to return to its previous rhythm of feasts and hunts and comfortable certainty. But something had changed in the golden halls, a tension that wouldn't quite dissipate like morning mist under sunlight. The gods had done what they thought necessary, and they tried very hard to convince themselves this meant they had prevented disaster. They were very good at self-deception when they needed to be. It's practically a requirement for divine status, but the Norns continued weaving, and their expressions never softened. And in the world tree Yggdrasil itself, which connected all the realms in its vast structure of trunk and branch and root, there was a sense of anticipation, as if the tree that held everything together was bracing itself for what would inevitably come. The prophecies about Ragnarok were old, older than most of the gods themselves. They spoke of a final battle when everything that held the worlds together would come apart like a tapestry pulled at its threads. Fire and ice would meet, the dead would rise, the bonds that held monsters would snap, and the carefully maintained order that the gods had spent ages building would collapse into chaos and violence. It was the Norse version of the apocalypse, and what made it particularly unsettling was its specificity. This wasn't vague religious speculation. It was a detailed roadmap of exactly how everything would end. The wolf would break his chains on that day. Fenrir, grown massive with isolation and rage, would shake off the bonds of Gleipnir like they were spider silk, and run free for the first time since his imprisonment. He would chase the sun across the sky, and this time there would be no escape for that bright orb that had risen faithfully every morning since the dawn of time. The wolf would swallow the sun, and the world would fall into darkness that no torch could penetrate. The serpent would rise from the ocean depths. Jormungandr, having grown so large that he literally encompassed the world, would release his own tail from his mouth and surge upward through waters that had contained him for so long. He would spew venom that would poison the very air, creating a toxic fog that would spread across all the lands. The sky itself would turn green with his poison, and things would die simply from breathing. The dead would march under Hel's command. From Niflheim, that grey realm beneath the earth, would come an army of those who had passed from the world of the living, not the glorious dead who dwelt in Valhalla, but the ordinary dead, those who had died in their beds of age or sickness, those who had never held weapons or sought battle. They would rise at Hel's call, because even the boundary between life and death would fail when Ragnarok came. On that day, he would break free from a punishment the gods would later impose on him for his role in another god's death. He would be bound in a cave with venom dripping onto his face for eternity, or at least until the end of everything, whichever came first, as it turned out. When Ragnarok began, those bonds too would snap, and he would lead an army of giants against the gods who had once called him friend. Fighting alongside the children they had taken from him, the prophecies described the battle in detail, which would have been impressive if it weren't so utterly depressing. Thor would face Jormungandr in their final confrontation, and though the thunder god would manage to kill the serpent, he would only take 9 steps before the venom finally killed him in turn. Odin would face Fenrir in single combat, and the wolf would do what he'd been prophesied to do since before he was born. He would devour the All-Father, swallowing the king of the gods as darkness swallowed the sun. The fires of Muspelheim would consume what remained, burning through all the worlds like a fever that couldn't be broken. The world tree itself would burn, and when it finally fell, nothing would remain but a waste of ash and regret. It was, by any standard, a deeply unpleasant set of predictions, and the gods spent considerable time and energy trying to figure out if there was any way around them. This is where things got philosophically interesting, if you cared about such things, which most of the gods didn't, because philosophy had never stopped anyone from getting eaten by a wolf or poisoned by a serpent. The problem was this: by taking action to prevent the prophecies, were the gods actually ensuring they came true? If they hadn't imprisoned Fenrir, would he have any reason to hate them enough to devour Odin? If they hadn't thrown Jormungandr into the sea, would he have grown large enough to threaten the world? If they hadn't given Hel dominion over the dead, would she have an army to raise when the final battle came? And if they hadn't taken children away, would he have any motivation to lead giants against them when the world ended? But it was too late now for such questions. The children were separated, growing in their isolation, and with each passing year they were becoming less like the innocent beings they had been, and more like the monsters the prophecies required them to be. It was like a self-fulfilling prophecy speedrun, and everyone was trapped in roles they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. You might wonder what the children themselves thought about all this. Whether they had any choice in the matter, whether they might have chosen differently if given the option. But prophecy doesn't care much about choice. That's the terrible thing about it, the aspect that makes it fundamentally unfair in ways that even gods couldn't quite address. The future was already written, and all any of them could do was move toward it like actors hitting their marks in a play whose ending had been determined before the first line was spoken. Fenrir, alone on his island, grew large and bitter. He had loved his family once, had been gentle with that mouse, and had wagged his tail when his father came home. but isolation is poison of its own sort, and chains leave marks that go deeper than flesh. He thought about prophecy in the long hours of his imprisonment, and about the role everyone assumed he would play. And perhaps part of him began to think, if everyone believes I'm a monster, if they've treated me like a monster since I was a child, if they've imprisoned me for crimes I haven't committed yet, well, maybe when the chains finally break, I'll give them exactly the monster they expected. Pompadour circled the world in his endless loop, growing larger with each passing century, patient in the way that only truly cold-blooded creatures can be patient. He remembered his mother's hall, remembered his sister's small hand touching his scales, and remembered his brother's protective warmth. He remembered, and he waited, and his waiting had the quality of something inevitable. Not eager, exactly, but ready. When the time came, he would rise. The prophecy said so, and for a being who had been cast into the ocean like garbage, there was something almost comforting about certainty, even if that certainty was about universal destruction. Hell in her grey halls learned the art of ruling the dead, and it changed her in ways that would have concerned anyone who cared enough to visit, which no one did. The living were afraid of death, and the dead weren't much for conversation. She existed between states, governing a realm where nothing ever really changed, where there was no joy but also no suffering, just an endless grey continuation that wasn't quite anything at all. She thought of her mother sometimes, and wondered if Pompadour still lived in her Hall of Bones in Jotunheim. She thought of her brothers and wondered if they remembered her, or if time and isolation had erased even those memories. Mostly, though, she prepared. Because the prophecy said the dead would march, and Hel had learned that being prepared was the only form of control available to her. Time passed in the 9 worlds the way it always does, steadily, indifferently, like water wearing away stone. Years became decades. Decades stretched into centuries, and the gods grew comfortable with their solutions to the problem of prophecy. Fenrir was bound. Jormungandr was in the sea. Hel presided over the dead, and Ragnarok remained firmly in the category of future problems we'll worry about later, except the Norns kept weaving and their thread was running out. The signs began subtly, the way endings often do. Winters grew longer and harsher, stretching beyond their traditional boundaries until spring seemed like a memory rather than something that would actually return. The Norse called it Fimbul winter, the Great Winter, 3 years of cold with no summer between them, where snow fell even in what should have been the warmest months, and the sun seemed to have forgotten how to provide warmth even when it appeared. In Midgard, humans huddled around fires and watched their supplies dwindle, wondering what they had done to anger the gods. They didn't know that the gods had nothing to do with it, that this was simply the universe preparing itself for transition, the way a body shivers before a fever breaks. Crops failed. Animals disappeared into forests and didn't return. Families turned on each other as resources became scarce, and the social bonds that held communities together began to fray like old rope under too much strain. Wolves appeared in unusual numbers, more than anyone could remember seeing, and they were bold in ways that normal wolves never were. They came close to villages, watching with eyes that seemed to understand too much, as if they were waiting for something. Some people swore they could hear howling in the distance every night, a sound that came from no direction, and every direction at once. A call that their own dogs would answer with whimpers of fear rather than challenge. The ocean grew restless in ways that confused even experienced sailors. Waves rose without wind to drive them, and the water itself seemed to be shifting, moving with patterns that suggested something massive was stirring in depths no human had ever plumbed. Ships that ventured too far from shore sometimes reported seeing coils breaking the surface, coils too large to belong to any known creature, covered in scales that caught the dying light like diseased jewels. In Niflheim, Hel felt the change before anyone else. The dead who came to her realm arrived with stories of the world above falling apart, of chaos spreading like infection through societies that had seemed stable for generations. She stood in her hall of grey stone and felt the boundaries between her realm, and the world above thinning, weakening, and becoming permeable in ways they had never been before. It would be easy now to send the dead back up into the light, easy to march them across the boundary that had always seemed so absolute. She thought of her brothers, whom she hadn't seen since childhood, and wondered if they felt it too. This sense of something approaching, of a story finally moving toward its climax after an impossibly long middle section. On the island of Lyngvi, Fenrir felt the bonds that held him beginning to weaken. Gleipnir, that thin ribbon that had held him for so long, was starting to stretch in ways it never had before. It was still strong. The magic woven into it was old and powerful. But even old magic eventually wears down under constant pressure. He had been pulling against these bonds every day for centuries, and now, finally, he could feel them responding, feel the give in them that suggested freedom might actually be possible. He lifted his massive head and howled, a sound that carried across water and land, through realms and dimensions, reaching ears that had been waiting to hear it. It was a howl of anticipation, of rage that had been building for so long it had become something almost pure and of something else too. A kind of terrible joy at finally being able to move toward the destiny everyone had always said was his. In the ocean, Jörmungandr released his tail from his mouth for the first time since he'd been large enough to catch it. The world serpent uncoiled, and as he did, the seas began to rise. Tsunamis formed spontaneously, rushing toward shores that had no warning and no time to prepare. The serpent's massive body created currents that disrupted weather patterns across the entire world, and when he finally surfaced, truly surfaced, bringing his full length up where sky and sea met, sailors who saw him went mad from the sheer impossibility of his size. He rose toward Asgard, toward the home of the gods who had thrown him away, and as he rose, venom dripped from fangs the size of towers. Where it fell into the water, fish died instantly and floated to the surface in vast carpets of silver death. Where it touched land, vegetation withered as if winter had compressed itself into single devastating moments. The air itself began to taste of poison, metallic and wrong, making every breath a risk. In Asgard, the gods finally had to acknowledge what they'd been trying to ignore for months or years or centuries, depending on how you measured divine denial. The prophecy wasn't something they had prevented or postponed. It was here, now, inevitable as gravity or grief. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, lifted the Gjallarhorn to his lips and blew, sending out a sound that reached every corner of every realm. A warning, a call to arms, and an admission that everything they'd tried to prevent was happening anyway. Odin sat on his throne and felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Genuine fear. Not the mild concern that accompanies minor problems, but the deep existential terror of knowing that your own end is approaching, and there's nothing left to do but meet it with whatever dignity you can muster. He had seen this moment in his visions countless times, and had played it out in his mind trying to find some way to change the outcome. And he had failed. All his wisdom, all his sacrifices. He had given an eye for knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days to learn the runes, and none of it had been enough to change what was coming. Thor stood in the courtyard of Asgard, Mjolnir in his hand, and for once he wasn't confident. He was brave, certainly, and he would fight because fighting was what he did. But even Thor could sense that this was different from every battle he'd ever fought before. This wasn't about winning. This was about meeting your fate head-on because there was literally no other option available. The fires of Muspelheim, that realm of primordial flame that existed at the edge of creation, began to spread. The fire giant Surtur, who had been waiting since the beginning of time for this exact moment, led his forces across the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, and the beautiful arc that connected Asgard to the other realms burned under their feet, collapsing into nothing like a dream at morning. From Jotunheim came the frost giants, ancient enemies of the gods, marching in formation that suggested this had been planned for longer than anyone wanted to contemplate. They had waited through centuries of uneasy peace, and now the waiting was over. They came across the broken remains of Bifrost, climbing through spaces between worlds that should have been impassable, driven by old hatreds and older promises, and from a cave where he'd been bound as punishment for crimes that seemed almost petty now in comparison to what was happening, he emerged. The bindings that had held him snapped like dead vines, and he stood in the light for the first time in years that had felt like eternities. His wife had stayed with him through it all, catching the venom that would have dripped onto his face in a bowl, emptying it when it grew full, and returning to catch more. Now she stood beside him as he looked toward Asgard, toward the realm that had once included him, and then cast him out, and his expression was unreadable. He thought of his children, scattered across the 9 worlds, fulfilling prophecies that might never have come true if the gods had simply left them alone. He thought of Angerboda, probably still alone in her hall in Jotunheim, having lost everything to fear and prophecy. He thought of all the times he'd tried to fit in with the gods, to be accepted as one of them, only to be reminded again and again that he was other, different, not quite trustworthy. And then he began walking toward the final battle, because prophecy pulled him forward like a current, and because sometimes being a father means honouring your children even when, especially when, everyone else has turned them into monsters. The armies met on a plain called Vigrid, a vast empty space that existed for no other purpose than to hold the ending of all things. On one side stood the gods and the Einherjar, those warriors who had died gloriously in battle and spent their afterlife training in Valhalla for exactly this moment. They were brave and skilled and utterly doomed, but they formed ranks anyway, because what else do you do when the world is ending except stand in the place where you're supposed to stand? On the other side stood everyone and everything else, giants of frost and fire, the dead raised from Hell's realm, monsters freed from their prisons, and beings that had crawled out from the spaces between worlds where even gods didn't like to look too closely. And somewhere in that mass of chaos and old hatred 3 figures stood out. Fenrir, finally free, larger than mountains, with fur that seemed to absorb a light rather than reflect it. His mouth hung open wide enough to stretch from earth to sky, and in his eyes was the accumulated rage of centuries of imprisonment. Jormungandr coiled at the edge of the battlefield, so large that he seemed less like a creature and more like a feature of the landscape itself, his venom creating a toxic fog that drifted across the plain and made everything it touched wither. And Hel, smaller than her brothers, leading an army of the dead with an expression that was neither cruel nor kind but simply determined, a ruler doing what she had always known she would have to do when this day finally came. The battle, when it began, was everything the prophecies had promised and worse. Thor charged Jormungandr with Mjolnir raised high, and their collision sent shockwaves that cracked the earth and shattered the sky. They had fought before in dreams and visions, but this was real and final, each blow carrying the weight of destiny and determination. The thunder god's hammer struck scales that had never known vulnerability, and the serpent's fangs drove toward flesh that had always been too strong to pierce. Odin faced Fenrir, and all his wisdom meant nothing against the simple fact of the wolf's hunger. Not hunger for food, but for justice, for recognition, for all the years stolen from him. The wolf charged, and Odin fought with spear and spell and desperate courage, but the prophecy was very specific about how this encounter would end. And prophecy, it turned out, was stronger than any weapon. Across the battlefield, gods fell, giants fell, warriors from Valhalla fell, and the dead raised from Hell's realm fell again, returning to the oblivion they'd briefly left. Faced Heimdall, the watchman who had first spotted him sneaking into Asgard all those ages ago, and they killed each other in a mutual annihilation that felt somehow appropriate for 2 beings who had always been defined by their opposition to each other. The fires spread. Surtur's blade cut through reality itself, and everything it touched burned with flames that couldn't be quenched, because they were burning the concept of things rather than just their physical forms. The world tree Yggdrasil, which had stood since the beginning and connected all the realms in its vast structure, began to burn, and as it burned, the worlds themselves started to come apart. Thor struck Jormungandr a final blow, and the serpent died, his massive body collapsing across the battlefield like a mountain range suddenly deciding to lie down. But the venom in those last moments poured out in quantities that even Thor's legendary constitution couldn't withstand. The thunder god took 9 steps away from his dead enemy, and then he too fell, poisoned beyond even divine healing. Fenrir devoured Odin, and then Odin's son Vidar, in a moment of grief-driven fury, drove a blade through the wolf's heart. The great beast fell, and in his last moments perhaps he thought of his mother's hall, of playing with his siblings, of a time before prophecy had determined that he would be a monster, or perhaps he thought nothing at all, and simply went into the darkness that all creatures, even prophesied ones, must finally face. The fire consumed everything that remained. Gods and giants, heroes and monsters, all the elaborate structures of meaning and purpose that had held the 9 worlds together. All of it burned till there was nothing left but ash and silence and the memory of things that would never be again. It was, by any measure, a thoroughly successful apocalypse. The prophecy had been fulfilled in every detail. The ending had come exactly as predicted. Everything that the gods had tried to prevent had happened anyway, right on schedule, like a train that arrives precisely when the timetable says it will, regardless of how desperately you wish it would be delayed. And then, in the silence after everything had ended, something new began. Here's something the prophecies didn't emphasize, though it was always there if you read carefully. Ragnarok wasn't just an ending. It was also a clearing away, a burning off of old growth to make room for what would come after. The Norse understood something that many apocalyptic traditions forgot, that destruction and creation are 2 sides of the same process, like breathing in and breathing out. The fires eventually burn themselves out because even magical flames run out of fuel when they've consumed everything combustible. The venom dissipated, its potency fading once there was nothing left to poison. The darkness that had swallowed the sun began slowly to thin. From beneath the waves that had drowned so much of the old world, new land began to emerge. It rose slowly, incrementally, like bread rising in an oven, or like hope returning to people who had given up on it. This land was different from what had been before, softer somehow, more gentle, as if the earth itself had learned something from watching everything burn and decided to try a different approach. The sun, which Fenrir had swallowed, was gone, but the sun had a daughter, and she emerged into the new sky tentatively, like a child stepping into a room where something terrible had happened and isn't sure if it's safe yet. Her light was gentler than her mother's had been, less harsh, the kind of sunlight that makes you want to lie in grass and watch clouds rather than accomplish anything particularly ambitious. And here's where the story gets interesting, where it stops being about endings and starts being about the peculiar resilience of existence itself. Not all the gods died at Ragnarok. Some survived. The younger ones, mostly. The ones who'd been smart enough to hide rather than fight, or lucky enough to be in the right place when the fires came through. Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, emerged from wherever they'd sheltered to see a world that was utterly changed from the one they'd known. Modi and Magni, Thor's sons, found their father's hammer lying in the ash where nothing should have survived, and they lifted it together because neither was quite strong enough alone. These survivors looked at the new land with mixed feelings. Relief at being alive, certainly. Grief for everyone who hadn't made it. But also something else. A sense of possibility, of freedom from the old prophecies and old patterns that had bound everyone into roles they couldn't escape. The great story had ended, which meant new stories could begin. Stories that weren't already written in the weaving of the Norns. 2 humans survived as well, having hidden themselves in the trunk of Yggdrasil during the worst of the destruction, sheltered by the tree even as it burned. Their names were Lif and Lifthrasir, which meant life and eager for life, and they emerged into the new world hungry and frightened but alive, which was more than could be said for most of creation. They found that the new earth grew food without needing to be planted or tended, that water was clean and plentiful, and that the harsh requirements of survival that had dominated the old world didn't apply here with the same cruel intensity. It was as if the universe had decided to be kinder this time around, to give life a better chance than it had received before. The surviving gods and the surviving humans met on a green field where Asgard had once stood, and they looked at each other with none of the old hierarchies or expectations in place. The gods weren't quite gods anymore, not in the old sense, not with all their power and certainty. The humans weren't quite the same humans who had huddled in fear before divine judgment. They were all survivors now, all trying to figure out what came next in a world where the old rules had been burned away. They talked, actually talked, rather than the gods proclaiming and humans obeying. They shared the food that grew wild and plentiful in this new earth. They told stories about what had been lost, not trying to resurrect it, but honouring it the way you honour memory, acknowledging that it mattered even though it was gone. And in their talking, a question emerged that no one wanted to ask, but that eventually had to be voiced. What about S's children? Because here's the thing about prophecy. Once it's fulfilled, it's over. Fenrir had devoured Odin exactly as predicted. Jörmungandr had risen and poisoned the sky right on schedule. Hel had commanded the dead at Ragnarok just as foretold. They had done everything that prophecy required of them, playing their parts in the ending of all things with devastating accuracy. So what happened to them now? Fenrir was dead, killed by Vidar's blade, and his body had burned with everything else. But in the new world, in the forest that grew without anyone planting them, wolves ran free, and sometimes when you looked at them carefully, you'd see eyes that seemed more knowing than animal eyes should be. A consciousness that suggested something more than simple beast. Perhaps Fenrir lived on in his children, or perhaps the idea of Fenrir, freedom from chains, recognition after isolation, had become part of the New World's fabric. Jörmungandr's body had been too large to burn completely, and his bones formed new mountain ranges in the fresh earth, creating geography where none had existed before. His venom had soaked into the ground, but instead of poisoning it, it somehow enriched the soil, making things grow with unusual vigour. Sailors on the new seas reported seeing serpents sometimes, much smaller than the world serpent had been, but with the same opal scales and the same patient, knowing gaze. Perhaps the serpent had survived in some diminished form, or perhaps his essence had divided into countless smaller versions of himself, no single one large enough to threaten the world, but all of them carrying his memory forward. Hel was the most mysterious case. Her realm of the dead had been emptied when the dead marched at Ragnarok, and Niflheim itself had been transformed by the fires and the renewal. Some said she still existed somewhere, still ruling over whatever remained of death in this new world where everything seemed brighter and more alive. Others said she had been released from her duty, free finally to be simply herself, rather than the goddess of the dead, living somewhere in the new lands under a name no one would recognise. But sometimes, in the evening when the sun's daughter was setting and the world fell into that peculiar twilight between day and night, people would see a figure walking alone, half in light and half in shadow, half seemingly alive and half seemingly something else. The figure never approached anyone, never spoke, and just walked through the new world, observing it with an expression that suggested both familiarity and wonder, like someone returning to a place they'd lived in childhood and finding it both changed and somehow the same, as fate was equally unclear. He had died in his battle with Heimdall, but death in the old world didn't necessarily mean death in the new. Some claimed to see him in the faces of tricksters and shapeshifters, in the clever solutions to impossible problems, and in the laughter that erupts when someone manages to find humour in desperate situations. Perhaps he too had survived in some form, or perhaps the idea of him, change, complexity, the refusal to fit neatly into expected categories, had become part of the New World's foundation. Angerboda, who had lost everything when the gods took her children, who had lived alone in her hall through all the years of waiting and prophecy, no one knew what had happened to her. Jotunheim had been transformed like everywhere else, and her hall of bones was probably gone, burned or transformed or simply reclaimed by whatever wild magic now shaped the realms. But sometimes, in wild places where the new order hadn't quite taken hold, travellers reported meeting a giantess who asked after news of 3 children, describing them as they had been in infancy rather than as the legendary beings they'd become. And those who encountered her said she seemed simultaneously grieving and at peace, as if she'd finally accepted a loss that had defined her existence for so long. The survivors built new settlements in the new world, but they built them differently this time. Instead of the great halls and elaborate hierarchies of the old world, they created communities that were smaller, more flexible, and more focused on cooperation than competition. They remembered how the old order had ended and decided to try something else, something that didn't require prophecies about destruction to keep everyone moving forward. The gods who survived didn't try to recreate Asgard. What would be the point? The old Asgard had been built on certainties that no longer existed, on the assumption that divine order was superior to all other possibilities. The new gods, if you could even call them that anymore, lived among the humans, contributing what they could but not claiming authority over everything. It was a more modest approach to divinity, but also perhaps a more honest one. Magic still existed in the new world, but it was gentler and more integrated into daily life rather than being something rare and dramatic that only heroes and gods could access. Children learned small spells alongside their letters, useful magic for growing things or finding lost items or comforting fears. It was democratic magic, accessible to anyone willing to learn, and it changed the fundamental nature of what was possible. The new world had problems, of course. Existence always does. But they were different problems, smaller in scale, more manageable. There were no prophecies hanging over everyone's heads, no sense that everything was building toward inevitable catastrophe. People could make mistakes without it leading to universal destruction. Gods could be wrong without it shattering the foundations of reality. It was uncertain in ways the old world had never been, but that uncertainty also meant freedom, meant possibility, and meant that tomorrow didn't have to be just like today unless you chose to make it so. As the first generation of the new world grew old and prepared to pass on their memories to their children, they told stories about what had been lost. They spoke of great halls and mighty gods, of prophecies and battles, of monsters who were also children who had never been given a fair chance. They told these stories not to make their descendants long for what had been, but to help them understand how they'd arrived at where they were, to honour the cost of renewal, to remember that creation requires destruction, that new growth needs old things to burn away first, and sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind carried voices from far away, people thought they could hear 3 sounds: a wolf howling somewhere in the distant forests, a serpent's hiss from deep beneath the waves, and quiet footsteps of someone walking alone through the twilight, observing the new world with eyes that had seen both life and death, and found wisdom in the space between. The prophecy of Ragnarok had come true, exactly as foretold. The world had ended, and then, because endings are never quite as final as they seem, the world had begun again, different, but somehow familiar, carrying forward the best of what had been while leaving behind the worst. It was, in its own way, the happiest ending possible for a story about apocalypse, not because nothing was lost, but because what came after made the loss mean something other than simple tragedy. As you lie here in your own warm bed, in a world that hasn't ended and probably won't anytime soon, you might think about the strange comfort of the old Norse myths. They didn't promise that everything would be fine forever. They didn't pretend that holding on to the past was possible or even desirable. They looked straight at the reality that all things end. Gods and worlds, empires and certainties, even the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, and they found a way to make peace with that truth. Ragnarok wasn't really about a battle or a wolf or a serpent. It was about change, about the way old orders eventually collapse under their own contradictions, and about how attempts to prevent change often create the very catastrophes they're trying to avoid. The gods took away our children to prevent a prophecy, and in doing so they guaranteed that prophecy would come true. They created the monsters they feared by treating innocent children as if they were already monstrous. But the story doesn't end there, which is perhaps its most important lesson. After the destruction came something new, something that incorporated lessons from what had failed while trying approaches that had never been attempted before. The new world wasn't perfect, the stories make that clear, but it was possible in ways the old world had stopped being. You live in your own time of change, where old certainties are crumbling and new possibilities are emerging in ways that can feel both exciting and terrifying. The Norse who told these stories would have understood your anxiety, your sense of being caught between what was and what might be. They would have told you that this is how transition always feels, that the pause between one world and the next is always uncomfortable, and that discomfort is not a sign you're doing something wrong, but simply a sign that you're alive during interesting times. They might also have told you that trying to hold on to the past too tightly, trying to prevent change through force or fear, usually just makes the eventual transformation more violent when it finally comes. That the children we exile out of fear of what they might become often do become exactly what we feared. Not because it was inevitable, but because isolation and chains create rage that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And they would have assured you that even after everything burns, even after the prophecies come true and the world you knew ends, life finds a way forward. Not back to what was, that's never possible, but towards something new that carries the memory of what came before while also being genuinely different, genuinely fresh, and genuinely alive with possibility. So rest easy in your comfortable bed, in your warm room, in your continuing world. The wolves are just wolves tonight. The serpents are safely small and far away, and death remains in its proper place rather than walking among the living. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and it will bring its own challenges and changes, its own small endings and new beginnings. But for now, in this moment, you can simply be still. You can let go of the day's worries and the future's uncertainties. You can breathe slowly and deeply, feeling your body sink into the mattress, feeling sleep begin to gather at the edges of your consciousness, like a gentle tide coming in. The prophecy of Ragnarok came true, and the world was remade. But that's not your story tonight. Tonight your story is simply about rest, about letting consciousness fade into dreams, about trusting that you'll wake again to a world that's still here, still turning, still full of possibilities you haven't imagined yet. Sleep well. Dream of new worlds growing from old ashes, of children who are loved rather than feared, of chains breaking not into violence but into freedom, of endings that are really beginnings wearing a particularly dramatic costume. And when you wake tomorrow, you'll find the world still here, waiting for whatever story you choose to add to its ongoing narrative. A narrative that, like all the best stories, is still being written, still being reimagined, still discovering what it might become. Imagine New England in late February 1717, back when Boston was still a collection of wooden buildings huddled around a harbour, and the entire population of Massachusetts numbered fewer people than a modern suburban shopping mall on a Saturday afternoon. You're living in a world lit by candles and warmed by fireplaces, where your entertainment options consist of reading the same books you've read 20 times, doing needlework until your fingers cramp, or staring out the window and wondering if spring will ever arrive. Colonial New Englanders had a complicated relationship with winter. On one hand, they'd chosen to live in a place where winter lasted roughly from October to May, so clearly they weren't entirely opposed to cold weather. On the other hand, their diaries and letters from this period read like extended complaints to a landlord who refuses to fix the heating. Winter was something you endured, prepared for obsessively, and then complained about with the satisfaction of someone who's earned the right to grumble. By late February 1717, most New Englanders thought they'd already survived the worst of winter. February in colonial times was what we'd call late winter. The snow was old and crusty, the firewood pile was getting concerningly low, and everyone was starting to think longingly about mud season, which tells you something about how tired they were of snow. Children had already had months of what passed for snow days, though in their case it meant more chores rather than sleeping in and hot chocolate. The typical colonial household in 1717 was preparing for early spring with the optimism of people who really should have known better. You'd be checking your seed stores, planning your garden, and perhaps doing some early maple sugaring if the weather cooperated. Your house, and let's be honest about colonial architecture, was essentially a wooden box with a fireplace, some small windows that let in drafts more effectively than light, and enough gaps in the walls that you could almost see your breath indoors on particularly cold mornings. Daily life revolved around staying warm and fed, which took approximately all your waking hours. Your morning began before dawn, when someone had to revive the banked fire from the night before, a process that involved poking at barely glowing coals and praying they'd cooperate. Water had to be fetched from the well, assuming it wasn't frozen solid. Breakfast needed cooking, animals needed tending, and all of this happened in the dark because the sun had the courtesy to arrive fashionably late in winter. Women spent their days in an endless cycle of cooking, spinning, weaving, sewing, and trying to keep children from either burning themselves on the fireplace or dying of boredom. Men worked outside when weather permitted, doing repairs, chopping wood, and checking on livestock that had the good sense to look miserable about the whole situation. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, spent a significant portion of their day simply trying to stay warm enough to function. The landscape itself in late February was what we might charitably call tired. Snow that had fallen in December was now grey and crusty, pockmarked with soot from chimneys and various other evidence of human habitation that we won't detail before bedtime. The forests were skeletal black lines against grey skies, and the ocean was a cold, dark presence that occasionally reminded everyone of its existence by freezing at the edges. But there was a rhythm to this life that modern people might find almost appealing in its simplicity. You knew what needed doing because it was the same thing that needed doing yesterday and would need doing tomorrow. Your neighbours were facing identical challenges, which created a sense of community born from shared suffering. When the sun set, which happened depressingly early, you gathered around the fire with your family and whoever else was staying the night, and you made the best of it. Late February weather in New England has always been unpredictable, a meteorological coin flip between maybe spring is coming and, surprise, here's more winter. Colonists watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on weather prediction, which they did. A storm could mean being trapped indoors for days, unable to work, unable to travel, and possibly running dangerously low on supplies. The barns and outbuildings were stocked with hay for the animals, though by late February those supplies were running low, and the hay that remained was probably not the highest quality. Cows, horses, oxen, pigs and chickens all depended on human care to survive the winter, and all complained about their circumstances in their own ways. The chickens probably had the most to complain about, actually, since they'd stopped laying eggs weeks ago and were just eating resources while providing nothing but the occasional egg that felt like winning the lottery. Your root cellar would be carefully organised with the remaining stores of preserved food, apples getting softer by the day, root vegetables beginning to sprout, barrels of salted meat, crocks of butter preserved under salt, and whatever else you'd managed to preserve from last year's harvest. Every meal required a calculation. Is this worth using now, or should we save it for later? How much later? What if spring doesn't come for another 6 weeks? The social fabric of colonial New England was tight-knit by necessity. Your nearest neighbour might be a quarter-mile away, but you knew their business almost as well as your own, because survival often depended on cooperation. If someone's barn caught fire, everyone came to help. If a family ran short of food, neighbours shared what they could. If someone got sick or injured, the community rallied around them because there was no other option. Religious life provided structure and community in ways that modern people might find either comforting or suffocating, depending on their perspective. Sunday meeting at the church was mandatory, both legally and socially. You sat in an unheated building for hours listening to sermons that were theologically complex and often focused on sin and redemption, with an intensity that made Game of Thrones seem light-hearted. But church was also where you saw everyone, heard news from other towns, and felt part of something larger than your individual struggle to stay alive through winter. Children in 1717 had childhoods that would seem impossibly harsh by modern standards. They worked from the time they could walk, learned to read using the Bible and whatever few books the family owned, and had responsibilities that included genuinely dangerous tasks like managing fires and handling large animals. But they were still children. They played when they could, created games from nothing, and found joy in simple pleasures like a successful sled ride or the discovery of icicles in interesting shapes. The elderly held a respected position in colonial society, partly because surviving to old age was an achievement in itself. If you made it to 60 or 70, you'd survived diseases, accidents, harsh weather, and periodic conflicts with indigenous peoples or other colonial powers. Your experience and knowledge were valuable resources, and you were often consulted on everything from weather prediction to medical treatment, whether or not you actually knew what you were talking about. As February 1717 progressed toward its end, New Englanders had no idea they were standing at the edge of one of the most remarkable weather events in American history. They went about their routines, complained about the cold with the dedication of people who took complaining seriously, and looked forward to March with the hope that it might bring slightly less terrible weather. The sky that late February showed no particular warning signs that we know of. Colonial weather prediction was based on folklore, careful observation of animal behaviour, and a general sense of what the sky looked like before trouble arrived. If your bones ached more than usual, rain or snow was probably coming. If the chickens acted strange, though defining strange for chickens is admittedly difficult, weather might be changing. If the sunset looked particularly vivid, make sure you had extra firewood handy. But nothing in anyone's experience prepared them for what was about to happen. New Englanders were tough and resourceful, and had survived plenty of harsh winters. They'd seen big snowstorms before. They thought they knew what winter could throw at them. They were about to discover they'd been underestimating winter's ambitions. Picture yourself in your colonial home on February 27th, 1717. You wake before dawn, as usual, to coax the fire back to life. The house is cold enough that you can see your breath, which is so normal you barely notice anymore. You pull on your warmest clothes, and in colonial times this meant layers of wool, linen and leather that made you look like a medieval knight made of fabric, and begin the day's endless round of chores. But something feels different this morning. The air has that peculiar weight it gets before a significant storm, a pressure that makes your ears feel slightly odd and gives the world a muted quality. The wind, which has been a constant companion all winter, has gone still in a way that feels less peaceful, and more like nature holding its breath. By midday the first flakes begin to fall. Nothing dramatic initially, just a gentle dusting that looks almost pretty against the grey sky. You've seen this hundreds of times before. Snow in February is about as surprising as finding out water is wet. You note it, make sure you have enough firewood close to the house, and continue with your day. But the snow doesn't stop. Hour after hour it continues with a steadiness that begins to seem almost purposeful. By evening, you've got several inches of fresh accumulation, and the snow is still falling with no sign of letting up. You bank the fire carefully before bed, make sure everyone is under enough blankets, and think that tomorrow you'll need to do some shoveling. When you wake the next morning, your first clue that something unusual is happening comes from the quality of light in the house. It's too bright for dawn, a strange diffused glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. When you finally manage to open your door, and this takes effort pushing against resistance that shouldn't be there, you discover why. The snow has piled against your door in drifts that reach past your knees. The world outside has been transformed into an alien landscape of white, where familiar shapes have become strange, rounded lumps, and the horizon has disappeared into a curtain of falling snow. The storm that started yesterday hasn't stopped. If anything, it's intensified. This is the beginning of what contemporary accounts would call the Great Snow of 1717, though people living through it probably had other, less polite names for it. What New Englanders couldn't have known was that they were experiencing something meteorologically extraordinary. A series of 4 massive storms that would arrive in waves over the next 3 weeks, each adding to accumulations that were already unprecedented. The snow fell with a relentlessness that began to feel almost personal. Not in violent gusts and dramatic blizzard conditions, though there were certainly periods of that, but with a steady, implacable determination. It was as if the sky had decided that New England needed a really thorough covering and wasn't going to stop until the job was done properly. You can imagine the progression of reactions among colonial families. Day 1. Well, this is a significant snowfall. Day 2. This is quite unusual. Day 3. This is becoming concerning. Day 4. This is absolutely unprecedented and possibly the end of the world. Day 5. If I have to spend one more day trapped in this house with these people, I'm going to lose my mind. The practical challenges began immediately. Your daily routine, which was already demanding, suddenly required 3 times as much effort. Every trip to the barn to feed animals meant wading through snow that reached your thighs, then higher, then eventually to your chest. Paths that you shoveled one day were filled in by the next morning. The livestock, trapped in their shelters, needed constant attention to prevent them from panicking or worse, freezing. Firewood, which you'd carefully stacked within easy reach of the house, became buried under drifts. Digging it out was exhausting work in the best of times. Doing it while snow continued to fall and wind created drifts that seemed to appear out of nowhere was like some kind of very cold, very tiring meditation on futility. Yet it had to be done, because without fire your family would freeze. The mathematics of survival became starkly simple: dig or die. The psychological impact of being trapped indoors during an endless snowstorm is something modern people with heated homes, electricity and streaming services can barely imagine. You're confined to a space roughly the size of a modern living room and kitchen combined, with your entire family, with no entertainment beyond conversation, handwork and staring at the fire. The walls seem to close in. Small irritations become major grievances. That thing your spouse does when they chew, which you've tolerated for years, suddenly becomes unbearable. Children, bless them, handled confinement with all the grace and patience that children have possessed throughout human history, which is to say, none at all. They were restless, bored, fighting with siblings, and asking approximately every 10 minutes when they could go outside. Parents responded with the timeless patience of people who were also losing their minds, but had to pretend they weren't because civilization depended on maintaining standards. The storms came in waves, each separated by just enough time for people to think maybe it was over, only to watch the sky darken again and the snow resume. Contemporary accounts describe the snow as coming in 4 great storms over the course of about 3 weeks, but the distinction between separate storms probably felt academic when you were living through what seemed like one continuous siege by winter. Between storms the sun might break through, illuminating a transformed landscape. Everything familiar had been reshaped by snow into strange flowing forms. Fences disappeared entirely under drifts. Trees bent under the weight of snow until their branches touched the ground, creating natural tunnels. Houses all but vanished, with only their chimneys protruding above the white expanse like stone fingers reaching for the sky. The drifts were what made this snowfall truly extraordinary. Wind had sculpted the snow into formations that defied logic. 10 feet deep in some places, bare ground in others, and waves and curves that looked like a frozen ocean. You could walk across the top of some drifts while sinking to your armpits in others just a few feet away. The surface would sometimes support your weight and sometimes not, and there was no reliable way to tell which would happen until you tested it. Animals suffered terribly during these storms. Cows trapped in barns needed constant care to prevent them from overheating in their confined space, while simultaneously ensuring they didn't freeze. Chickens stopped laying entirely and seemed personally affronted by the weather, as if someone had promised them spring and then welched on the deal. Horses and oxen, usually stoic about weather, showed clear signs of distress at being confined for days on end. Wild animals fared even worse. Deer, trapped by snow too deep to navigate, either starved or became easy prey for wolves and other predators that could travel on top of the crusted snow. Birds that hadn't migrated found food scarce and shelter hard to come by. The forest went silent in a way that was eerie. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of falling snow and the occasional crack of a branch breaking under accumulated weight. The harbour in Boston froze solid, something that happened occasionally but always felt ominous. Ships were trapped in ice, their masts visible above the white expanse like a bare forest. The ice was thick enough to walk on, though only the foolhardy or desperate tried it. The ocean, that vast presence that defined so much of New England life, temporarily became just another snowfield. Food stores that had seemed adequate in January began to look alarmingly insufficient by mid-March. You were burning through firewood faster than planned because you needed to keep the fire going constantly. Animals were eating hay at their normal rate, but the hay was getting harder to reach. Every meal required careful calculation, and families began to worry about what would happen if the snow didn't stop soon. Yet there was also a strange beauty to it all. On clear nights between storms, the moonlight on endless snow created a luminescence that turned the world into something magical. The silence was profound. No wagon wheels on roads, no church bells carrying from distant towns, just a hush so complete it almost rang in your ears. The stars seemed brighter somehow, as if the snow reflected light back to the sky. Some people found the experience almost meditative, forced as they were to slow down and exist in the immediate moment. There were no trips to town, no visits with neighbours, and no church meetings. Life contracted to the essentials: keep the fire burning, feed your family, care for your animals, and wait. In a world normally filled with constant labour and social obligations, this enforced pause had an odd appeal, at least for the first week or so. But as the snow continued, as drifts grew higher and supplies grew lower, as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, that initial sense of wonder gave way to something closer to anxiety. This wasn't just a big snowstorm anymore. This was something different, something that was rewriting what New Englanders thought possible. The snow had been falling for over 2 weeks. The drifts in some places were measuring 15, 18 or even 20 feet deep. Houses were buried to their second stories, and the snow was still falling. By the time March arrived, New England had been transformed into an alien landscape that bore little resemblance to the world colonists had known. Imagine stepping out your door, assuming you could open it, and finding yourself standing on top of what used to be your roof. This wasn't an exaggeration for many families. The snow had piled so high that second-story windows were at ground level, and chimneys required constant attention to prevent them from being completely buried. Daily life had become a series of adaptations to absurd circumstances. You didn't walk anywhere, you tunnelled. Families created networks of passages through the snow connecting their houses to barns, wells and wood piles. These tunnels were engineering projects worthy of miners, requiring constant maintenance as snow shifted and settled. Some colonists described their tunnels collapsing while they were in them, leading to panicked digging and a newfound appreciation for open spaces. The tunnels created a strange new architecture of necessity. You descend from your door into a passage whose walls were compressed snow, dimly lit by whatever sunlight penetrated from above. The tunnel would branch, one direction to the barn, another to the well, and a third to the woodpile. Walking through these passages felt like being a very cold mole, and the disorientation of being surrounded by snow on all sides took some getting used to. Feeding animals became an expedition. You'd suit up in every piece of warm clothing you owned, grab whatever tools you needed, light a lantern, and descend into your tunnel system. The trip to the barn that normally took 30 seconds now took 15 minutes. Once there, you'd need to deal with animals that were restless from confinement, nervous from the strange muffled quality of sound through snow, and generally unhappy about their circumstances. Getting water was perhaps the most challenging daily task. Wells that weren't buried had to be accessed through tunnels, and hauling water back through narrow passages while trying not to spill was an exercise in patience and balance. Some families resorted to melting snow, which sounds simple until you realise how much snow you need to melt to get a usable amount of water, and how much firewood that requires, and how your firewood supplies are already stretched thin. Food preparation became creative out of necessity. Your variety had been limited before the storms. Now it was approaching monotonous. Root vegetables, salted meat, dried beans, and perhaps some preserved fruit if you were lucky. Every meal was a variation on the theme of things that can be boiled or roasted near the fire. The bright spot was that at least you didn't have to worry about food spoiling. You could just stick it in a snowbank, which was basically a giant natural freezer that covered everything you owned. Children's education, such as it was, continued sporadically. Parents who could read would work with their children on basic literacy and arithmetic, using the Bible, almanacs, and whatever other books the family owned. But concentration was difficult when everyone was cold, irritable, and worried about their increasingly precarious situation. Lessons often devolved into storytelling, which at least passed the time and didn't require anyone to sit still and focus. The psychological strain of prolonged confinement manifested in various ways. Some people became withdrawn and quiet, staring into the fire for hours. Others became manic in their activity, finding endless small tasks to occupy themselves. Family dynamics that had been stable for years suddenly became fraught. The colonial period didn't have therapists or self-help books, so people just had to cope using prayer, alcohol, or sheer stubbornness. Interestingly, the forced isolation seemed to reduce religious attendance anxieties. Getting to church was physically impossible for most families, which meant missing services without any guilt. The Puritan ministers, who usually took a dim view of absence, were presumably too busy dealing with their own snow-related problems to worry much about who wasn't showing up. It was possibly the first time in colonial New England history that you could skip church without social consequences. Neighbours who could see each other's chimneys through the snow, often the only indication that other humans were nearby, developed signalling systems. Smoke patterns could convey basic information. We're okay, we need help, and does anyone have any spare candles because we're running out, and staring into darkness for 12 hours a night is making us strange. These smoke signals were probably not terribly sophisticated, but they provided reassurance that you weren't completely alone in the White Wilderness. The mail, such as it existed in 1717, completely stopped. There were no postal workers brave or foolish enough to attempt delivery through 20-foot snowdrifts. This meant that communities became isolated not just physically, but also informationally. You had no idea what was happening in the next town, let alone in Boston or other major settlements. For all you knew, you were the only people left alive, and the rest of New England had been consumed by snow. Animals developed their own coping strategies. Chickens trapped in coops established new pecking orders based on who could commandeer the warmest spots. Cows adapted to their confinement with bovine stoicism, though their milk production dropped significantly. Horses seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and became unusually cooperative, perhaps sensing that everyone needed to work together to survive. The few people who attempted travel during this period left accounts that sound like expeditions to the Arctic. One man described walking to his neighbour's house, a journey of perhaps a quarter mile that took him 3 hours. He had to navigate drifts, break through crusted snow, backtrack when he encountered impassable barriers, and generally experience an adventure worthy of a polar explorer. His neighbour, apparently surprised to see anyone, greeted him like he'd returned from a voyage to the moon. Some enterprising colonists discovered that the hard-packed surface of the drifts could support considerable weight if approached correctly. You could walk on top of snow that in other spots would swallow you completely. This led to a strange new form of travel where you'd move cautiously across the surface, testing each step, moving like someone walking on thin ice because, in essence, you were. The technique required practice, patience, an acceptance that you'd occasionally fall through and need to be pulled out. The soundscape of life under the drifts was distinctive. Normal outdoor sounds were muffled by the snow, creating an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional crack of breaking branches, the muffled lowing of cattle, or the scrape of shovels as people fought to maintain their tunnel systems. Inside homes, every sound seemed amplified, the pop of the fire, the creak of floorboards, and the breathing of family members. Some people found the quiet soothing, others found it oppressive. Lighting became a precious commodity. Candles, which were already expensive and time-consuming to make, burned down steadily while the snow showed no signs of stopping. Families rationed light carefully, often going to bed shortly after sunset to conserve candles for when they were truly necessary. Evenings were spent in semi-darkness, with perhaps one candle or the firelight to see by, creating shadows that danced on walls and made familiar rooms seem strange. The creativity of desperate people manifested in unexpected ways. Some families organised indoor festivals to maintain morale, singing, storytelling, crafts, anything to break the monotony. Children created elaborate games using household objects. Adults told stories from memory, embellishing with each retelling until they became local legends. One family reportedly performed an entire week's worth of evening entertainments using nothing but shadow puppets and ingenuity. Health concerns added another layer of anxiety. If someone got sick or injured during the snowstorm, there was no way to fetch a doctor, no way to get help from neighbours, and no options except to deal with it yourself using whatever folk remedies and herbal knowledge you possessed. Every cough made parents nervous. Every complaint of feeling unwell triggered calculations about supplies of medicinal herbs and whether the situation might become serious. Surprisingly, the death rate during the Great Snow, at least among humans, was relatively low. New Englanders were tough, resourceful, and experienced in dealing with harsh conditions. They knew how to ration food, maintain heat efficiently, and keep themselves occupied during long periods of confinement. The bigger casualties were livestock, particularly those in less sturdy shelters or with inadequate food stores. As March progressed and the snow finally stopped falling, colonists began to reckon with the full extent of what had happened. The accumulation in most places measured between 10 and 20 feet, with drifts in exposed areas reaching 25 feet or more. Houses were buried. Roads had ceased to exist as recognisable features. The landscape looked like someone had taken a giant white blanket and just dropped it over everything, smoothing out all the familiar contours into alien curves and slopes. The silence when the snow stopped was somehow more profound than the silence during the storms. For weeks there had been at least the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional gust of wind. Now there was nothing. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Birds that had survived began to tentatively explore, their calls sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The sun emerged from behind clouds, making the snow surface sparkle so brightly it hurt to look at directly. When the snow finally stopped falling in mid-March, New Englanders faced a new problem. They were living under approximately 20 feet of frozen water that showed no immediate interest in going anywhere. Spring in New England typically involves a gradual thaw, with melting during the day and refreezing at night, a slow transition from winter to mud season. But the Great Snow wasn't interested in following typical patterns. The sheer volume of snow created its own microclimate. Even as temperatures rose above freezing during the day, the vast mass of snow stayed cold, reflecting sunlight and keeping air temperatures lower than they might otherwise be. It was like living inside a massive ice cube that was very slowly warming from the outside in. The process of melting this much snow would take weeks, possibly months, and would create its own set of challenges. Initial attempts at clearing paths were almost comically futile. You'd shovel for hours, creating a narrow passage that represented significant effort and exhaustion, only to realise you'd made a barely visible dent in drifts that stretched in every direction. It was like trying to empty a lake with a teacup. Some colonists gave up on clearing entirely and just focused on maintaining their tunnel systems, figuring the snow would melt eventually and there was no point in fighting it. But isolation was becoming a serious problem. Communities had been cut off from each other for over 3 weeks. Food supplies were running critically low. Firewood that had seemed adequate in February was nearly exhausted. People needed to reconnect, needed to trade goods, and needed to know if the rest of the world still existed. This necessity drove remarkable efforts to create pathways through the snow. The solution that emerged was essentially a combination of tunnelling and tramping. Groups of men would work together to create packed-down trails, walking the same path repeatedly until it was compressed enough to support regular traffic. It was exhausting work. Imagine hiking through deep snow for hours while carrying tools. But gradually, slowly, paths began to connect neighbouring farms and eventually link to main roads. These early pathways were more like trenches than roads. You'd walk along the bottom of a corridor whose walls were snow, sometimes 15 feet high on either side, unable to see anything but the sky above and the path ahead. It was disorienting and slightly claustrophobic, but it was better than complete isolation. Travellers met in these trenches with the relief of survivors finding other humans after a disaster, exchanging news and supplies and reassurances that they weren't alone. Boston, being a port city with more resources and manpower, organised more systematic clearing efforts. Teams of workers attacked the snow with a determination born of economic necessity. The city's commerce depended on ship traffic, and ships couldn't move while the harbour was frozen and streets were impassable. The work was brutal, shoveling snow all day in conditions that ranged from barely tolerable to actively hostile. But wages were good by colonial standards, and desperation made many willing to take on the task. The clearing efforts in Boston created mountains of snow that had to go somewhere. Without modern snow removal equipment, the only option was to pile it up. These artificial hills of ploughed snow grew taller than buildings, creating a strange new cityscape where snow mountains loomed over streets. Children found these mountains irresistible for sledding, despite parental warnings about the dangers. Some of these snow piles would remain visible well into summer, slowly shrinking but stubbornly refusing to disappear entirely. Rural areas relied more on nature to do the work. As temperatures gradually warmed, the snow began to settle and compress under its own weight. Paths that had been impassable slowly became navigable as the surface hardened and lowered. It was still difficult travel. You'd sink to your knees or thighs with regularity, but it was at least possible to move around your property and reach nearby neighbours. The livestock situation was becoming critical. Animals that had survived this long-needed fresh air, exercise and grazing as soon as possible. But releasing them into deep snow risked losing them in drifts or having them injure themselves trying to navigate impossible terrain. Farmers had to create enclosed areas near barns, where snow was compressed enough for animals to move safely. Horses and oxen were particularly valuable and received the most careful attention, while chickens were basically left to fend for themselves, which they did with their usual combination of luck and spite. As communication resumed, people discovered that the Great Snow had affected all of New England with varying degrees of severity. Some coastal areas had received less accumulation, while inland regions and higher elevations were buried even deeper than most places. Stories began to circulate, tales of whole houses being lost until spring, of travellers who perished attempting to cross impossible distances, of creative solutions to unprecedented problems. One story that made the rounds involved a family whose chimney became so packed with snow that smoke couldn't escape. Rather than suffocate, they carefully extinguished their fire and spent several days in bitter cold while working to clear the chimney from inside. When they finally succeeded and relit the fire, the sudden draft nearly blew the roof off. The family survived, the house survived, and they became local celebrities for their ordeal. Another account described a man who'd been visiting neighbours when the worst of the storms hit. Unable to return home, he was trapped for nearly 3 weeks. His wife, assuming he'd taken shelter somewhere, wasn't particularly worried until he finally made it back, half-starved and with a beard that had grown wild. She reportedly greeted him with relief, then immediately put him to work on clearing their paths, because priorities. The gradual reconnection of communities brought news both good and troubling. The death toll, while lower than might be expected given the severity of the storms, was still significant. Mostly elderly people who couldn't handle the cold, a few travellers caught between destinations, and some children who wandered from safety. Livestock losses were substantial. Estimates suggested that hundreds of cattle, sheep, and other animals had died from cold, starvation, or injuries sustained in panicked attempts to escape their shelters. But there was also remarkable news of resilience and survival. Families who had been certain they wouldn't make it through had found ways to endure. Communities that had seemed on the brink of crisis discovered they had more resources and creativity than they'd realised. The shared experience of surviving something unprecedented created bonds between neighbours that would last for generations. Religious leaders interpreted the Great Snow according to their theological frameworks. Some saw it as divine punishment for colonial sins, though there was considerable debate about which specific sins had angered God enough to warrant 20 feet of snow. Others viewed it as a test of faith, a trial that would strengthen the community's relationship with the divine. A few practical-minded ministers suggested it was simply weather, and perhaps they should focus on helping each other rather than debating its spiritual significance. As March gave way to April, the pace of melting accelerated. Warmer temperatures and longer days finally began to make a visible dent in the snow accumulation. Roofs emerged from under their white burden. Fences reappeared. Trees that had been bent double slowly straightened as their load of snow melted. The landscape began to remember its original shape, though it would be weeks before it fully returned to normal. The melting created its own set of problems. All that snow had to go somewhere, and where it went was everywhere. Rivers and streams swelled to flood stage. Roads turned into muddy rivers. Basements flooded. The spring runoff, typically a manageable annual event, became a deluge that overwhelmed normal drainage and created temporary lakes in low-lying areas. It was like watching winter turn directly into a very wet, very muddy version of spring, skipping all the pleasant parts. But with the melting came hope. Every day the world looked a little more familiar. Every day travel became a little easier. Every day brought them closer to the farming season, when they could begin to recover from winter's assault. Gardens could be planned, animals could graze, and normal life could resume. The first flowers to emerge, crocuses and snowdrops ironically, became objects of celebration disproportionate to their size or beauty. After months of nothing but white and grey and brown, the sight of actual colour in the landscape felt like a miracle. Children brought handfuls of early flowers to their mothers, who placed them in whatever containers could hold water, treating them like precious treasures. Birds returned in force, and their songs seemed louder and more enthusiastic than anyone remembered. Or perhaps it was just that after weeks of muffled silence under snow, any sound felt remarkable. The geese flying overhead in their V formations, the robins hunting for worms in newly exposed soil, the hawks circling above looking for prey, all of it signalled that the world was returning to its normal rhythms. As spring truly arrived, and life returned to something approaching normal, New Englanders began to reckon with what the great snow had done to their world. The physical impacts were obvious: damaged buildings, lost livestock, and depleted supplies. But the psychological and social impacts would resonate for much longer. The Great Snow became the defining event against which all other weather was measured for generations. Grandparents would tell their grandchildren about the winter when the snow reached the second-story windows, and the children would roll their eyes the way children always do when elderly relatives start talking about how much harder things were in their day. Except in this case, the elderly relatives were actually telling the truth, even if they embellished the details with each retelling. Diaries and letters from 1717 provide glimpses into how people processed their experience. Cotton Mather, the famous Puritan minister, wrote extensively about the storms, interpreting them through a religious lens while also providing detailed meteorological observations. His accounts describe snow depths, drift patterns, and the challenges of daily life with the precision of someone who understood this was historically significant. Other written records are more personal and immediate. One woman wrote about the strange intimacy of being confined with her family for weeks, how they learned things about each other that years of normal life had never revealed. Another described the terror of hearing the roof creak under the weight of snow, wondering if each creak might be the one that preceded collapse. A farmer catalogued his livestock losses with the resignation of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant accepting things you couldn't control. The economic impact of the great snow rippled through New England for months. Spring planting was delayed, which meant smaller harvests in the fall. Lost livestock had to be replaced, a significant expense for families whose margins were already thin. Buildings needed repairs. Gardens that had been carefully established over years were damaged or destroyed and needed to be started from scratch. The snow had essentially reset progress for many families, forcing them to rebuild what had been lost. But there were unexpected benefits as well. The deep snowpack meant exceptional water availability through the summer. Wells that sometimes ran low stayed full. Streams that occasionally dried up kept flowing. The moisture in the soil produced crops that, despite the late start, grew with unusual vigour. Nature, having delivered an unprecedented winter, apparently decided to compensate with an uncommonly productive growing season. The shared experience of surviving the great snow created social bonds that transcended previous divisions. Disputes between neighbours seemed petty in light of what everyone had endured together. Communities that had been fractious found new unity. People who had survived the same ordeal developed a kinship that came from understanding what it meant to face nature at its most imposing and come through the other side. Children who lived through the great snow would carry its memory for the rest of their lives. For them, it became the dividing line between before and after, the event that marked their transition from childhood innocence to an understanding that the world could be both beautiful and dangerous. Some would develop a lifelong wariness of winter, always preparing more than necessary, always worried that another such storm might arrive. Others would remember it with a strange nostalgia, recalling the adventure and excitement of living through something extraordinary. The physical evidence of the great snow lasted surprisingly long. Those massive piles of ploughed snow in Boston melted slowly through the summer, creating muddy pools that became unofficial swimming holes for children and nuisances for everyone else. Some snow remained in deep, shaded valleys well into June, stubborn patches of winter refusing to admit that spring had won. Trees that had been damaged by the weight of snow bore scars visible for years afterward. Bent trunks, missing branches, and growth patterns that marked where they'd been broken and healed. Architecture changed subtly in response to the great snow. New buildings were constructed with steeper roofs to shed snow more effectively. Barns were reinforced with additional supports. Storage buildings were designed with better access during high snow conditions. These weren't dramatic changes, but they reflected a recalibration of what New Englanders understood winter could do. They'd been reminded that nature could exceed their expectations, and they adjusted their plans accordingly. The great snow entered folklore almost immediately. Stories began to circulate that probably had some basis in truth, but grew more elaborate with each telling. Tales of people walking over houses without realizing they were there. Accounts of deer being found frozen in standing positions, preserved in ice like statues. Stories of tunnels collapsing and miraculous rescues, of supplies running out just as a thaw allowed resupply, of providential interventions that saved families from disaster. Some stories focused on human ingenuity and creativity under pressure. The man who fashioned snowshoes from barrel staves and managed to walk across drifts that swallowed everyone else. The family that rationed their food so carefully they ended the ordeal with supplies to spare. The woman who kept her family's spirits up through the darkest days with nothing but stories and songs. These tales celebrated the resilience and resourcefulness that had allowed the community to survive. Other stories had a darker tone, acknowledging the losses and the moments of despair. The traveller was found frozen halfway between settlements, his final thoughts unknown. the elderly couple who simply didn't have the strength to endure another month of cold and hardship, the animals that died despite their owners' best efforts. These stories served as reminders that survival had come at a cost, and that luck played as much a role as preparation or strength. The Great Snow also entered religious discourse in ways that reflected the theological debates of the era. Some ministers used it as evidence of divine displeasure, pointing to specific sins they believed had triggered God's judgment. Others saw it as a test that the community had passed, evidence of their faith and righteousness. Still others argued it was simply weather, remarkable but natural, and that attributing moral significance to meteorology was perhaps missing the point. These debates probably mattered less to the average colonist than the practical question of whether their chickens would start laying again. Scientific observation in the early 18th century was informal and often mixed with folklore, but the Great Snow prompted some genuine attempts to understand what had happened. People compared experiences, trying to establish patterns in snowfall and drift formation. They noticed that certain areas consistently received more or less snow, that wind patterns created predictable drift locations, and that temperature fluctuations influenced snow quality. This informal meteorology wouldn't impress modern scientists, but it represented colonists trying to make sense of their world through observation and reason. The Great Snow's legacy extended beyond New England. News of the extraordinary winter spread to other colonies, and eventually to England, where it was received with a mixture of sympathy and scepticism. English readers, accustomed to milder winters, struggled to imagine 20 feet of snow. Some assumed the accounts were exaggerated. Surely the colonists were embellishing for effect. This scepticism frustrated New Englanders, who knew exactly how extraordinary their experience had been and resented having it questioned by people who'd never seen snow that deep. In the decades that followed, the Great Snow became a benchmark. Other harsh winters were compared to it and found wanting. Bad, but not 1717 bad, became a common refrain. The event established a ceiling for what winter could do, a worst-case scenario that seemed unlikely to be repeated. And indeed, while New England has experienced many harsh winters since 1717, none have quite matched that remarkable season when the sky opened and didn't close for nearly a month. As you sit here in your climate-controlled comfort, perhaps with a warm drink and a soft blanket, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Snow can teach us about resilience, community, and the human relationship with nature. We're separated from those colonial New Englanders by over 3 centuries, countless technological advances, and such dramatic changes in daily life that they'd barely recognise our world. Yet their experience speaks to something timeless about how people cope with circumstances beyond their control. The colonists of 1717 didn't have weather forecasting, climate control, instant communication, or any of the technologies we consider essential for dealing with harsh weather. What they had was knowledge passed down through generations, strong community bonds, a remarkable tolerance for discomfort, and an understanding that survival sometimes meant simply enduring. When faced with unprecedented circumstances, they adapted, improvised, and supported each other through the crisis. There's something almost enviable about the simplicity of their challenges. Not enviable in the sense that we'd want to experience what they did, spending weeks trapped in a cold house with inadequate food, while buried under 20 feet of snow sounds terrible no matter how you frame it, but enviable in its directness. The problems were clear: stay warm, stay fed, keep animals alive, and wait for spring. The solutions, while difficult, were equally clear. There was no ambiguity about what needed doing. Modern life rarely offers such clarity. Our challenges are often abstract, long-term, and difficult to define precisely. Climate change, economic uncertainty, social division, these are the storms we face now, and they don't have the simple directness of too much snow. We can't tunnel through them or wait for them to melt. The colonists who survived the Great Snow had the advantage of knowing their ordeal had a definite endpoint. Eventually spring would arrive and the snow would melt. They just had to last until then, but perhaps we can learn something from how they approached their crisis. They didn't waste energy complaining about the injustice of their situation, or debating whether the snow was really that deep, or speculating about whether better leadership could have prevented it. They accepted the reality they faced and focused on what they could control, their own actions, their family's welfare, and their neighbours' needs. There's wisdom in that acceptance, in choosing to work with reality rather than arguing with it. The community bonds strengthened by the Great Snow offer another lesson. Modern society often prioritises individual achievement and self-sufficiency in ways that colonial New Englanders would find both bizarre and dangerous. They understood that survival depended on community, on neighbours helping each other, and on sharing resources and knowledge and labour. The Great Snow reinforced these bonds by making their importance undeniable. You survived not just through your own efforts, but through the web of relationships that connected you to others. We've built a world where such interdependence is less visible. Your heat comes from distant power plants or gas lines. Your food comes from industrial farms hundreds or thousands of miles away. Your water arrives through underground pipes from treatment facilities you've never seen. This system is remarkably efficient, but it obscures the reality that we're just as dependent on others as those colonial families were. We've just outsourced that dependence to systems so large and complex that we forget they're there until they fail. The Great Snow also reminds us of nature's power and indifference. The storms didn't care about human plans or needs or survival. They weren't punishment or tests or lessons. They were weather, operating according to atmospheric physics that has no concern for whether humans find the results convenient. Colonial New Englanders understood this at a visceral level that modern people often don't. They lived much closer to nature's raw power and had fewer buffers between themselves and its effects. Our technology has given us unprecedented ability to predict, prepare for, and protect ourselves from natural events. We have weather satellites, climate models, building codes, emergency services, and infrastructure designed to handle extreme conditions. These are real advantages that save countless lives. But they can also create an illusion of control that doesn't match reality. Nature retains the ability to overwhelm our preparations as hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and yes, occasionally severe winter storms continue to demonstrate. There's also something to be said about the pace of life the Great Snow enforced. For weeks, colonists had nothing to do but exist with their families, maintain basic necessities, and wait. No rushing to appointments, no checking devices, no consuming media, no busy work that creates the illusion of productivity. Just being in the most fundamental sense. Many people who've experienced similar forced slowing, whether through illness, isolation, or circumstance, report that while difficult, it provided unexpected insights and a recalibration of priorities. The stories that emerge from the Great Snow highlight humanity's need to make meaning from experience. People didn't just survive the storms, they needed to understand them, to fit them into narratives that made sense of their world. Some narratives were religious, others practical, and still others focused on human heroism or failure. What matters isn't which interpretation was correct, but that creating these stories helped people process their experience and pass its lessons to future generations. In our own era of rapid change and uncertainty, we're creating similar stories to make sense of our experiences. We argue about their meaning, their implications, and their lessons. Like those colonial New Englanders, we're trying to understand events that exceed our previous frameworks for comprehension. Their arguments about whether the Great Snow was divine judgment or natural weather mirror, our debates about current challenges. We're all just trying to make sense of things that don't fit comfortably into our existing understanding. The Great Snow's eventual end offers perhaps the most important lesson. Hard times do end. Spring did arrive. The snow did melt. Life did return to normal, or at least to a new normal shaped by the experience. For people in the midst of crisis, this can be hard to believe. When you're trapped under 20 feet of snow with dwindling supplies and no certain end date, it's difficult to maintain faith that better days are coming. But they came anyway, as they generally do. This isn't empty optimism or toxic positivity. It's simply an observation based on history. Humans are remarkably good at surviving difficult circumstances, adapting to new realities, and rebuilding after disasters. We've done it countless times, in countless places, facing challenges that seemed insurmountable until they were surmounted. The colonists who survived the Great Snow didn't have any special abilities we lack. They were ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and did what needed doing until the circumstances changed. As we come to the end of our journey through that remarkable winter, it's time to settle deeper into your comfortable spot and let the story find its resting place in your mind. The Great Snow of 1717 happened over 3 centuries ago, but its lessons remain as relevant as fresh snowfall. Those colonial families, living through week after week of isolation and uncertainty, probably didn't feel particularly heroic. They felt cold, tired, worried, and thoroughly sick of being trapped indoors with the same people eating the same food and having the same conversations. Heroism, like most important human qualities, is usually just ordinary people doing what needs doing without much thought about how it looks to others or history. The physical evidence of the Great Snow has long since melted away. The drifts that seem permanent proved as temporary as all snow eventually must be. The damage was repaired, the losses mourned and moved past, and the extraordinary slowly absorbed into ordinary life's continuing flow. What remains are the stories, passed down and reshaped with each generation, and the quiet knowledge that humans can endure remarkably difficult circumstances when necessary. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep in your warm bed, you might spare a thought for those colonial families huddled around their fires, waiting for a winter that seemed endless to finally release its grip. They made it through, spring arrived, life continued. The snow, despite its overwhelming presence, was ultimately just weather, and weather always changes eventually. There's comfort in that persistence, in the knowledge that difficult times pass and seasons change, and life finds ways to continue. The Great Snow was exceptional, but what's truly remarkable is how people lived through it, not through any special magic or supernatural intervention, but through the ordinary magic of human resilience, community support, and simple, stubborn refusal to give up. Sleep well, knowing that whatever storms we face in our own lives, spring does eventually arrive. The snow does melt. The world does return to green and growth and warmth. And the stories we tell about how we survived become part of the continuous human narrative that stretches from those colonial families to us, and from us to whoever will listen to these tales in centuries to come. The Great Snow of 1717 is waiting for you in dreams, if you want to visit. All that white silence, all that forced stillness, all those small human moments of survival and community and endurance. But you're experiencing it from the warm side of history, which is exactly where you should be. Rest easy. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, bringing whatever weather it brings. And if you wake to find snow outside your own window, you can smile knowing it probably won't reach the second story. Probably. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournehem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular hostel life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Lenormand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Fouquier introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her into session with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, appointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo-style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out. Though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy, she appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilising foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognised that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner. entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim: advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions: a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised, to them, the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance, that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed, biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the Pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles: a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop. so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practised generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic. It fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace Collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of misdemeanors, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies, or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at a personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. Picture this. You're about to witness one of history's most famous days, except nobody that morning knew it was going to be famous. July 4th, 1776 started like most summer days in Philadelphia, sticky, humid, and full of men in wigs complaining about the weather. The kind of morning where your shirt sticks to your back before you've even had your coffee, though back then it was more like lukewarm tea and stale bread. You'd find yourself walking through a city that smelled like horses, chamber pots, and the occasional whiff of something that might charitably be called colonial cooking. Philadelphia in 1776 wasn't exactly the city of brotherly love we know today. It was more like the city of brotherly, please don't dump your garbage in the street in front of my house. But inside the Pennsylvania State House, something extraordinary was brewing, and it wasn't just the tension. 56 men from 13 colonies had been gathering for weeks, arguing about something that would have gotten them hanged just for thinking about it a few years earlier. They wanted to tell the most powerful empire in the world to take a long walk off a short pier. Now you might imagine this momentous day began with dramatic speeches and stirring music, but the reality was much more mundane. Most of the delegates probably woke up with the 18th century equivalent of a hangover, not from alcohol necessarily, but from weeks of heated debate, poor sleep on lumpy mattresses, and the constant worry that they were either about to make history or become history themselves. The morning started with the usual colonial breakfast, maybe some cornmeal mush if you were lucky. The delegates shuffled into the State House like any group of middle-aged men heading to a particularly important meeting. Except this meeting was about treason, which does tend to focus the mind wonderfully. You'd notice that nobody was wearing red, white and blue yet. That would come later. Instead, you'd see a lot of brown, beige, and that peculiar shade of green that seemed to be popular with men who spent their time writing strongly worded letters to kings. These were not the marble statues we often see in museums. These were real individuals grappling with real issues, such as John Adams, who was already establishing a reputation for his lack of diplomatic skills. The funny thing about July 4th is that it almost wasn't July 4th at all. The Continental Congress had actually voted for independence on July 2nd, and John Adams was convinced that this would be the day Americans would celebrate forever. He was so confident about this that he wrote to his wife, Abigail, predicting that July 2nd would be celebrated with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires and illuminations. Poor John Adams. He was off by exactly 2 days, which in the grand scheme of history is pretty good, but in the world of national holidays it's like showing up to your birthday party on the wrong day. The weather that morning was typical for Philadelphia in early July. Hot, muggy, and the kind of humid that makes you wonder why anyone thought it was a good idea to build a city in a swamp. Even before the day officially began, the delegates were already perspiring through their wool coats. You can almost picture them fanning themselves with whatever papers they had handy, probably including some early drafts of what would become the Declaration of Independence. As the morning progressed, you'd sense the weight of what was about to happen. These men weren't just having a heated town hall meeting, they were about to sign what amounted to their death warrants if things went badly. King George III, not known for his sense of humour about rebellious colonists, imposed the death penalty for treason. Nobody had remembered to bring the fireworks, setting the stage for a day that would echo through centuries. By mid-morning, you'd find yourself in the midst of what might be history's most consequential editing session. Imagine trying to wordsmith your way out of being subjects of the British Empire. It's like writing the world's most important resignation letter, except your boss has cannons. The Declaration of Independence you know today wasn't just magically perfect on July 4th. It had been through more revisions than a college student's term paper, and Thomas Jefferson, the primary author, was getting increasingly frustrated with all the changes. You would observe him sitting there, likely tapping his fingers on the table, as his meticulously crafted phrases were chopped up, rearranged, and sometimes completely discarded. Jefferson had originally written about 1,800 words, but by the time everyone got done with their edits, suggestions and helpful rewrites, it was down to about 1,300 words. That's roughly a 30% cut, which would make any writer wince. It's like cooking a perfect souffle only to have everyone in the kitchen suggest improvements, until you're left with scrambled eggs. One of the biggest arguments that morning was about slavery. Jefferson had included a passage condemning King George III for the slave trade, calling it piratical warfare and cruel war against human nature. It was a bold statement, especially coming from a man who owned slaves himself. However, the delegates from South Carolina and Georgia protested so loudly that their complaints could likely be heard from a distance of 3 blocks. They weren't about to sign anything that might interfere with their economic interests, even if it meant keeping a glaring contradiction in their Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone was aware of the irony. Here they were, declaring that all men are created equal, while simultaneously refusing to address the fact that about 20% of the colonial population was enslaved. It's like declaring your house a democracy while keeping some family members locked in the basement. Despite the stark cognitive dissonance, they chose to defer solving this particular issue to future generations. You'd notice that the delegates were getting twitchy as the morning wore on. Every time someone walked past the windows, heads would turn. Were those British soldiers? Was that the sound of ships in the harbour? The paranoia was understandable. They were literally in the middle of committing treason, and the penalty for failure was considerably worse than a negative performance review. John Hancock, the president of the Continental Congress, attempted to maintain everyone's focus, but the task proved to be a challenging one. The situation resembled a herd of cats wearing wigs. Lawyers and landowners dressed in wigs held strong views on the use of commas and semicolons. You'd watch grown men argue for 20 minutes about whether to use unalienable or inalienable rights, apparently unaware that they were making the same point either way. The heat was becoming unbearable. Philadelphia in July is nobody's idea of pleasant, and the State House didn't exactly have air conditioning. The windows were open, but that just meant more flies and the occasional horse-drawn cart clattering by to interrupt important discussions about natural rights and the pursuit of happiness. Benjamin Franklin, the oldest delegate at 70, was probably the only one enjoying himself. His ability to find humour in even the most serious situations made watching a group of younger men argue about punctuation while committing treason a delightful experience. You'd see him occasionally make a dry comment that would either diffuse tension or accidentally worsen it, depending on how stressed everyone was feeling. The morning was rapidly passing, and they had yet to finalise the document. Some delegates wondered if they'd ever finish, or if they'd still be arguing over commas when the British Army came to arrest them. The pressure was mounting, and not just from the weather. They didn't know they were making something that would outlive them and their descendants. They were just trying to get through the day without getting hanged. As the afternoon heat settled over Philadelphia like a wool blanket soaked in soup, you'd find yourself witnessing something remarkable. 56 men trying to work up the courage to sign what was essentially a fancy suicide note. The declaration was finally ready, but now came the hard part, actually committing to it. The scene inside the State House was becoming increasingly surreal with each passing hour. These weren't action heroes or mythical figures. They were mostly middle-aged businessmen, lawyers and landowners who were sweating through their formal wear while contemplating treason. You'd see them fidgeting with their quill pens, adjusting their wigs, and probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia for the cheesesteaks. Despite his attempts to project confidence, John Hancock's nervousness was evident. When the time came to sign, he famously wrote his name large enough that King George can read it without his spectacles. It was a wonderful line, but you'd notice his hand was probably shaking just a little bit as he wrote it. Making jokes about the king while committing treason is the 18th century equivalent of whistling past the graveyard. The afternoon brought a parade of delegates to the signing table, each one probably having a small internal crisis as they approached. You'd watch them take the quill, pause for just a moment too long, then sign their names with varying degrees of flourish. Some signed boldly, others barely managed to scribble. A few looked like they were signing their death warrants, which, let's be honest, they probably were. Charles Carroll of Maryland was particularly nervous because he was the only Catholic signer, and Catholics weren't exactly popular in 1776 America. When someone pointed out that there were other Charles Carrolls in Maryland, he went back and added of Carrollton to his signature. It's like adding your middle name to make sure you get credit for your treason, or blame, depending on how things went. The humidity was making everyone cranky. Wigs were wilting, clothes were sticking, and the smell of 56 stressed men in wool coats was becoming noticeable. You'd see them fanning themselves with whatever papers they could find, probably including some copies of the Declaration itself. The irony of using your revolutionary document as a personal cooling device wasn't lost on anyone. Benjamin Franklin was still managing to find humour in the situation. When someone mentioned that they must hang together, Franklin reportedly quipped, "Most assuredly, or we shall all hang separately." It was funny but also true, which is the worst kind of humour when you're trying to stay optimistic about not getting executed. Some delegates were experiencing lingering doubts. You'd notice hushed conversations in corners, delegates stepping outside for fresh air, and the occasional nervous laugh that was a little too loud. The weight of what they were doing was sinking in. They weren't just making a political statement. They were essentially declaring war on the most powerful military in the world. The afternoon stretched on, and you'd realise that this momentous day was actually pretty tedious. History rarely happens in neat dramatic packages. Instead, it's usually a bunch of people in uncomfortable clothes, making difficult decisions in bad weather, while worrying about whether they're making a terrible mistake. What made it even more awkward was that they couldn't really celebrate yet. Signing the Declaration was one thing, but actually winning independence was going to require a war that many of them weren't sure they could win. It's like throwing a going-away party when you're not sure you're actually going anywhere. As the afternoon wore on, you'd sense the growing realization that there was no turning back now. They'd crossed their Rubicon, burned their bridges, and any other metaphor for "we're committed now whether we like it or not." They had made their decision and were fully committed to the journey. As evening settled over Philadelphia like a slightly cooler but still uncomfortable blanket, you'd find yourself watching 56 men trying to figure out what to do next. They'd just signed the Declaration of Independence, but there was no manual for what to do after you've committed treason, a practical guide. The immediate question was surprisingly practical. How do you tell people what you've just done? This was 1776, not 2024. There was no Twitter, no CNN, and no way to instantly broadcast news. They'd have to rely on riders on horseback, which was like trying to go viral using carrier pigeons. The news would spread at roughly the speed of a horse, with excellent stamina, weather permitting. You'd notice the delegates were experiencing what we might now call buyer's remorse, except instead of regretting a purchase, they were second-guessing whether they'd just doomed themselves to a particularly unpleasant death. John Adams was pacing around, probably wondering if he should have stuck to being a lawyer. At least when you lose a court case, the worst that happens is your client gets upset, not hanged. The evening brought a strange mix of relief and terror. They felt a sense of relief as they had successfully conveyed their opinions about King George III's taxes and tea policies. They felt terror because they had just informed the King of England about their opinions on his taxes and tea policies, knowing he commanded the world's most powerful navy. Benjamin Franklin was still the calmest person in the room, probably because at 70 he'd already lived longer than most people could expect to in 1776. He was treating the whole thing like an intriguing experiment, which it was, except experiments usually don't end with the participants getting executed if the results aren't favourable. The practical concerns were starting to hit home. How do you fight a war against the British Empire when your army consists mostly of farmers with hunting rifles? What strategies can be employed to finance a revolution in the absence of a treasury? What steps do you take to establish a government after having dismissed the only form of governance you have ever experienced? These weren't theoretical questions anymore. They were Monday morning problems that needed solving. You'd see small groups of delegates clustering together, probably trying to figure out their next steps. Some were discussing military strategy, others were worried about their families, and a few were probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia and had accidentally signed the wrong document. The food situation was becoming another issue. Philadelphia in July was hot, humid, and not exactly known for its fine dining. The delegates were probably eating whatever they could find, bread, cheese, maybe some questionable meat that had been sitting out too long in the heat. Revolutionary cuisine wasn't exactly a priority when you were trying to overthrow a government. As darkness fell, you'd noticed that the celebratory mood was mixed with genuine anxiety. They'd done something unprecedented, created a new nation with words on paper. But words on paper don't stop cannons, and the British had plenty. The gap between declaring independence and actually achieving it was looking rather large and intimidating. Some delegates were already thinking about how to explain the circumstance to their wives. "Honey, I'm home, and by the way, I've just committed treason," isn't exactly the kind of conversation you plan for. The domestic implications of revolution were probably just starting to sink in. The evening was also bringing practical concerns about security. Should they post guards? Were there British spies in Philadelphia? When did King George learn about this, and when did he take action? The paranoia was probably justified, but it wasn't making anyone more comfortable. You'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with fireworks and celebration, but with a group of exhausted, very worried men trying to figure out how to survive what they'd just started. They'd lit a fuse, but nobody was quite sure how long it was, or what exactly would explode when it reached the end. Now, as Philadelphia passes into the night, you might find yourself in the midst of what could be considered history's most consequential case of insomnia, similar to your situation. The delegates weren't exactly sleeping peacefully after signing what amounted to their death warrants. You'd imagine them tossing and turning on their lumpy colonial mattresses, wondering if they'd just made the biggest mistake of their lives. The taverns of Philadelphia were buzzing with nervous energy. You'd see clusters of delegates nursing ales and trying to convince each other, and themselves, that they'd done the right thing. The conversations probably went something like, "We showed them, didn't we?" This was likely followed by long pauses and nervous sips of whatever colonial beer passed for alcohol in 1776. John Adams was probably lying awake, mentally composing letters to his wife, Abigail, trying to explain how he'd gone from being a respected lawyer to a wanted traitor in the span of a single day. The letter writing was good practice, because if things went badly, his final correspondence might be coming from a prison cell. You'd notice that the reality of what they'd done was slowly sinking in. They'd essentially declared war on the most powerful empire in the world, and their army consisted of whoever George Washington could round up and convince to fight. It's like challenging the high school football team to a game when your team consists of the chess club and a few enthusiastic but uncoordinated volunteers. The night brought practical issues they probably hadn't thought of in the afternoon. How do you run a country when you've never ran one before? How do you collect taxes when you've just rebelled against them? How do you create a military when most of your experience with warfare comes from fighting Native Americans and the occasional border dispute? Benjamin Franklin was probably the only one getting any sleep, but even he was likely wondering if his diplomatic skills would be enough to convince France to help them fight the British. Please help us fight your traditional enemy, even though we have no money, no real army, and no guarantee we won't lose spectacularly. The weather wasn't helping anyone's mood. Philadelphia in July is humid enough to make you question your life choices even under normal circumstances, and these weren't normal circumstances. You'd picture the delegates lying in their beds, sweating through their nightshirts, listening to every sound outside, and wondering if it might be British soldiers coming to arrest them. Some of the delegates were likely experiencing what we would now refer to as a panic attack. Thomas Jefferson, the primary author of the Declaration, was likely second-guessing every word he'd written. Did he make the case strongly enough? Did he make it too strong? Should he have included more about taxation? Should he have included less about natural rights? The perfectionist within him was likely experiencing a great deal of regret. The night also brought the sobering realization that they'd just made themselves the most wanted men in America. King George III wasn't going to respond to their declaration with a polite note saying, "We understand your concerns and will take them under advisement." King George III was prepared to respond with ships, soldiers, and a strong desire to set an example for colonial troublemakers. You'd sense that the delegates were starting to understand the difference between theory and practice. Sitting around discussing natural rights and the social contract in abstract terms is one thing. It's another thing entirely to stake your life, your fortune, and your sacred honour on those principles, especially when sacred honour doesn't stop bullets. The night was also bringing questions about leadership. Despite their recent declaration of independence, they lacked a president, a cabinet, and a well-defined chain of command. George Washington was off somewhere trying to build an army, but armies need supplies, food, and ammunition, none of which were in abundant supply. As the night wore on, you'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with triumph, but with uncertainty. They had embarked on a journey that could lead to either freedom or the gallows, and nobody was entirely sure which way it would go. Dawn broke over Philadelphia on July 5th like a hangover, after a particularly unwise night of decision-making. You'd find yourself witnessing the morning after one of history's biggest "what have we done?" moments. The delegates were waking up to the reality that they'd just committed treason, and coffee wasn't going to make this problem go away. The first priority was to print and distribute copies of the Declaration. This event was before Kinko's, so they had to rely on John Dunlap, a local printer who probably had no idea he was about to become a footnote in history. You'd watch him setting type by hand, letter by letter, creating what would become known as the Dunlap broadsides, the first printed copies of the Declaration of Independence. The printing process was painstakingly slow. Each letter required individual placement, and errors necessitated a fresh start. It's like trying to send a tweet, except each character takes 5 minutes to type, and if you make a typo, you have to start the entire message over. Dunlap was probably wondering why these particular customers seemed so anxious about their printing job. Meanwhile, the delegates were dealing with the practical implications of their decision. How do you communicate to your business partners that you've initiated a conflict with your largest trading partner? How do you inform your creditors that the currency they anticipate receiving payment in may not endure for much longer? The economic ramifications of the revolution were beginning to surface. You'd noticed that the mood in Philadelphia was shifting from revolutionary fervour to practical anxiety. The townspeople were beginning to hear rumours about what had happened in the State House, and reactions were mixed. Some were excited about independence, others were scared of war, and many were confused about how it would affect their lives. The news was spreading slowly through the city, carried by word of mouth and the occasional printed broadside. You'd see small groups of people gathering on street corners, discussing what they'd heard and trying to figure out what it all meant. The reactions ranged from enthusiastic support to complete panic, with most people falling somewhere in between. The delegates were also starting to worry about their families. Having your name on a document declaring independence from Britain was fine in theory, but in practice, it made you a target. British loyalists weren't going to be pleased about this development, and colonial justice wasn't exactly known for its gentle treatment of political dissidents. Benjamin Franklin was likely the busiest person in Philadelphia that morning, attempting to determine the best way to inform potential allies in Europe. The Americans were going to need friends, and they were going to need them fast. The diplomatic challenges were enormous. How do you convince other countries to support a revolution that might fail spectacularly? You'd realise that July 5th was when the real work began. Declaring independence was the easy part compared to actually achieving it. They needed to build an army, establish a government, create a treasury, and somehow manage to fight off the British Empire, all while making it up as they went along. The morning brought the first practical test of their new independence. How do you govern a country that doesn't officially exist yet? They were in the awkward position of having declared themselves free from British rule without having established what would replace it. It's like quitting your job before you found a new one, except the stakes were considerably higher. The weather was still hot and humid, which wasn't helping anyone's mood. You'd see the delegates sweating through their formal wear, trying to look dignified while dealing with the growing realization that they'd just taken on the most powerful empire in the world with little more than good intentions and a strongly worded letter. The American Revolution began on July 5th, when the next steps were decided, not when the Declaration was signed. As you look back on that sweltering July day in 1776, you'd realise that what happened in Philadelphia wasn't just the birth of a nation. It was the moment when a group of flawed, frightened and very human people decided to bet everything on an idea. The concept of self-governance, the consent of the governed as the source of government power, and the necessity of risking all for a better future, all resonated with this idea. The funny thing about July 4th, 1776, is that nobody that day knew they were creating what would become the most powerful nation in the world. They were just trying to survive the next few months without getting hanged. The Declaration of Independence wasn't written by demigods or marble statues. It was written by middle-aged men in wigs who were sweating through their wool coats and arguing about commas. What makes their story so remarkable isn't that they were perfect. They weren't. They compromised on slavery, they argued about everything, and they were terrified of failing. What makes them remarkable is that they did it anyway. Despite the lack of certainty, they bravely took a risk that transformed the world. The real magic of July 4th, 1776 wasn't in the document itself, it was in the decision to take that leap. 56 men decided that the risk of failure was worth the chance of creating something unprecedented. They staked their lives, fortunes and sacred honour on the belief that individuals could surpass kings and subjects. You'd understand that the America they created wasn't the America we know today. They couldn't have imagined a country that would span from coast to coast, land on the moon, or become a haven for immigrants. They were just trying to create a place where people could live free from tyranny and make their own choices. The irony lies in the fact that the Founding Fathers would likely be astonished by the results of their bold decision. They were dealing with 13 colonies hugging the eastern seaboard, not a continental superpower. They were worried about convincing people to join their cause, not about being a global leader. They were just trying to make it through the next day. But that's what makes July 4th, 1776 so inspiring. It reminds us that big changes often start with small groups of people who decide to take a risk. The Declaration of Independence wasn't the result of a perfect plan. It was the result of imperfect people who decided to try something better. As you drift off to sleep thinking about that long-ago summer day, you'd realise that the real lesson of July 4th, 1776, isn't about the greatness of the Founding Fathers. It's about the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things when they decide to take a leap of faith. They gave us not just a country, but an example of what's possible when people decide to risk everything for something better. The men who signed the Declaration of Independence weren't heroes when they woke up that morning. They became heroes by the time they went to sleep that night. And that's a reminder that heroism isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about doing the right thing even when you're scared, unsure, and the consequences of failure are too terrible to contemplate. Good night. Remember, every great leap forward began with someone willing to take the first step, even when they couldn't see where it would lead. This is akin to the sweaty, nervous men in Philadelphia who transformed the world with just words on paper and the bravery to sign their names.